How many got some unfinished business that you put off that needs to get resolved? So let me show you how fast you can resolve that by putting yourself in a different state. If you put both your hands on your heart, please put both your hands and physically feel your heart. And then breathe deep into your heart. And as you breathe deep in your heart, super deep, feel like the blood, it's like several breaths, blood and the power of that blood and that oxygen pouring through into your lungs and throughout your body. And you can close your eyes if it helps, put your hands on your heart. The thing that bothers you, the thing you've not handled, pick something that if you really focused on it, it would be stressful. And then measure that. What is it, 0 to 10? And ideally pick something that if you focused on it would be a 7, 8, 9 or above, not a 2. Because if we change the 2, you'll barely know it, right? You won't notice it. So if we pick something high, you'll see that it works. Perfect. Okay, now let go of that, put your hands on your heart. Wherever focus goes, energy flows. You know that from where you place your eyes. You know that from the way you move your body. So right now, put all your focus in your heart as you close your eyes. And breathe deep in your heart. And as you breathe deep, feel the oxygen, feel the strength of your heart. Feel the power of your heart. It beats 100,000 times a day without you thinking about it. It pours blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels. If we took all your blood vessels and straightened them out, they go around the earth twice at the equator. That's how much is inside of you at microscopic level. What are you proud your heart has guided you to do in this life, or to make happen, or to enjoy? As you breathe in your heart, feel grateful for your heart. For as long as it beats, you live. And give thanks for the grace that gave you this heart. You didn't have to prove you were worth this heart. Something created us. You all have your own individual beliefs, but whatever created you knew that you were worth it before you did anything, because it gave you the greatest gift of all, life. And it beats in your heart. Feel the power of your heart, the strength of your heart, the beauty of your heart. As you breathe in your heart, we're going to think of
As you breathe in your heart, we're going to think of 3 things you could be really grateful for. All right, we're going to see. I know some of you are just starting to come on. It looks like we will remove this. We have a little bit of technology. Welcome to the world of beautiful technology. I can give you one little piece right now as we get ready and see who's here. I want you to go ahead and put in the chat where you're watching from, as well as to share this on, if you're watching on Facebook, share it with some other people, but let me know who's here. And to complete at least a small loop for those of you that started with us with the Tony Robbins stack, I want you to just think of a moment that you could feel so incredibly grateful for if you really wanted to. So Florida, Georgia, Spring, Texas. Go ahead and put in the chat a moment that you could feel grateful for if you wanted to, as we're letting the text go out and people join us here. Tell us where you're from and a moment that you could feel grateful for. Orange County, California. So I have so many moments, and I know you do too. I'll give you an idea. Like the first time I made eye contact with my daughter, Zaina. Wow, what a moment. Malaysia, good to see you, Al. You've been with us before. I'll feel super great. I'm grateful that you're all here. Birth of your children, Paul, right? Those are some of those that just take you right there. And if you, like what Tony says, is that we often stack the negative and what's not working. But when we stack those positive moments, it actually runs through our nervous system. New birth in Christ, Fran. That's one of my moments too at 15. I know that those moments are powerful. Put another moment in there if you want to. This morning I have a playlist that I listen to in the car or at home sometimes, and it's labeled Adora's Childhood. And it has songs that I have memories of singing along with my grandma. And so Randy Travis, Deeper Than the Holler, was the song I was playing over and over. And there's, several songs on there, and they just take me right to being in that S10 pickup truck next to my nanny, singing together. And so let me hear some of your moments or where you're watching from as we get ready for another beautiful day. Grateful for grace and mercy. Yes. So I love that. I love when we say, like, I'm grateful for my house, for my home, for the feeling of love. What I enjoy so much about that gratitude stack brought to us by New Calm and Tony Robbins is that you move into these memories and these moments. And, I've been doing it for so many months now when I work out in the morning that I've started to have these memories coming up, because at first it is those ones, the moment that I recognized there was a higher power, a God that I could connect to, the moments of my children being born, the moments walking on fire with Tony Robbins, right? Meeting a new spiritual mentor recently. Yes. When we bring forth a memory that has sound and music and emotion to it, it's really powerful. But it's been cool. There have been some new ones come up that I remembered, but like being a little girl, my hair was pretty blonde, and having a little kitten and a little puppy tucked in my shirt and walking around, with those two. I bet it didn't last super long, but what a great memory. And as we stack those beautiful memories and moments, it conditions our neural pathways. And it also sets the tone of all the beautiful moments and how great our lives have actually been, especially as high performers and achievers. We're often focused on where the next cut is. And, you arrive at this place and you're like, yeah, but there should have been more people there. Yeah, but now I have to figure out how to keep it. Yeah, but it was raining, Yeah, but all I could think about was work when I was on the beach, right? And so when we practice these moments of feeling juicy, gorgeous, playful, light, happy, and really remembering them, one, we remember how rich our lives actually are and how blessed we actually are. But it trains our brain to see the moment that you're in, right? To see the moment that you're in with all the health, all the beauty, all the love, all the support that's actually there, while reaching for the next pieces. It's pretty powerful. So I'll say one thing about that before we bring up our next guest. Hi there, just tuned in. You're in Atlanta. Laura, grateful for the gifts and connections. I hope you're coming to Atlanta to our event. I know you're reaching out to Les about private coaching. I did get that in place too. From Uganda. Wow. So, if you go to newcalm.com, some of you asked, don't do it now. I want you to stay with me. We'll send this out, but you can use the code ACE and get 35% off. Some of you looked for that video, but they've been around over 33 years and they've never put the video online. They made it just for us because Jim is in Dublin. And so it caused an inspired idea. I begged him to please make a video so we could experience that together. So we'll play it again later. All right. So who's excited? Let me see some fire in the chats. I'm super excited. So our next guest, as you see, or maybe you got the email, is going to help you know one of the easiest ways to raise your authority and attract divine clients. And Rob Cosberg, if you have been around this industry of self-development, of publishing your own book, of thinking about, just how to get your message out there, you've probably already heard of Rob. He has success stories from people like, I didn't even know until she said it. And then I looked in your book again, and you could see the line, because when my book went bestseller, I used this. So look at that. I'm not just a smack talker, Rob. You see, it wasn't just a like, hey, I really like what you do, BS, so that you'll come on my show. It was a real deal. But I was looking this morning and I saw Shanda said, oh, Rob, I'm a success story. And there she is. I didn't even know that. So I know a lot of you received from Shanda. Some of you may know Lady Boss, Fitness, also success story of Rob. Thank you so much for acknowledging my request. You got it, Laura. So get ready. We have a very full day for you, and we're about to start right now. I'm super excited. My book went to bestseller and stayed on the top for a while, for several months, because of things that I read in this book. And so we've brought this pro and coach to the coaches to you right now. Hi, Rob. Welcome.
Hi, Adora. Thank you. Excited to be here. Hi, Laura. How are you? I saw some of my friends pop up, so that's fantastic. Laura is a rock star. I love her. So excited to be with you today. Now, I do have a PowerPoint,
Yes.
but I don't need to use it. So whatever. I'm happy to just chat as well and share my thoughts with you guys. So whatever Adora is easiest.
Well, yeah, no, if you can share it, I think you need to put it in the present. Lisa, if you need to come on to tell us how to do that, you should be able to share it. And we want you to be able, some people are visual, they need to see that, they'll get it better. So I'd rather that. And then I'll come on at the end and ask any questions.
Love it.
And so you all know, Rob will be with us in Atlanta in that
Woohoo!
group of, I know it's going to be just such a room full of game changers together. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, Lisa. Yes.
All you gotta do is go to present and then go to the slides option on the top.
And where is present on here?
I got present. I see
Okay,
it.
perfect.
It's asking me to download my slides. So is that okay to do?
Yes.
Cool. Then let me see if I can do that right now as everybody watches non-tech people struggle.
Rob, this is why we have team, right? Our tech people in the background. I see Jane in there. It's why we have team.
All right. I clicked and it is saying uploading. So let's see if it actually does it.
It's going to happen. This happened with Carlotta. Do you know Carlotta, the tax strategist? Yeah.
Yeah.
She'll be with us.
And
too.
when is Shanda speaking? Did she already speak?
Shanda spoke on Friday.
Oh, awesome. I thank you for giving me, by the way, the position to speak at the same time Les was speaking, but I couldn't. So I'm bummed about that, but I'm super happy to be kicking the day off for today. So, oh, look at that. We have like the slides up. Hot dog. I mean, that actually worked exactly the way it was supposed to.
Awesome. You're so welcome. I'm just so grateful. And guys, what I want you to pay attention to is something we've been telling you this whole time. You become the people you hang out with. And right now you're hanging out with them. This is an intimate space. You can ask your questions. You can take in the exact same information that we're taking in. Some of you will go to Atlanta with us, but take it in, take notes. I'll be taking notes back here, and the stage is yours. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Dora. Okay, well, welcome everybody. I'm excited to be with you today. I'm looking forward to sharing with you over the next few minutes the things that you need, or really, I'll share with you some of the details of it and how to do it. But there's two things really that you need to grow your business, to attract high value clients, to get better clients, to get more of the best of what you want. If you want to be on big stages, if you want to get media and PR, if you want to generate leads for your business with the best potential clients, there's two things. And they both start with A. And if you know anything about me, I like alliteration. So I like rhyming, but they both start with A, and that is attention and authority. Attention and authority. The number one way to get both attention and authority is with a best-selling book. In fact, if you just think about for a moment, whoever your heroes are, whoever the people are that you look up to in whatever industry you're in, I guarantee you those people are authors. Now, that may not be because they're natural writers. That may not be because they got an A in English class in high school or college, but it's because they understand that books are the way to greater authority and more attention. Now, most people know that. In fact, 81% of Americans surveyed by the New York Times want to write a book. And many of you perhaps have heard this statistic. 81%, that's over 200 million Americans want to write a book. The challenge is less than 1% ever actually do it. I don't know about you, but I would love to hear if you have wanted to write a book, how long have you wanted to write? How long has it been in your heart or in your desire to write a book? Now, I don't know if there's even a place to comment or if I can see that. But whenever I ask this question.
Yes, there is comments right there on your right. And it hit comments.
Oh, shoot, comments. Okay. I'm looking at the private chat. Holy cow,
Okay,
look at all
there we
these
go.
comments. So I asked this question. I do live workshops, and often our live workshop will have on average 300 or 400 people live. And I ask this question, and I get dozens and dozens and 100+ responses from people. And I find that the average is about 5 to 7 years. So oftentimes, obviously, the people that are showing up on my workshops, because that's my specialty, I help people to create a book, make that book a bestseller, and then use it to grow their business. So people that are coming on my workshops are people that already have wanted to write a book. You may not be that individual. You may not have been someone who thought about writing a book before, but I can tell you, when you do start thinking about writing a book, on average, it takes 5 to 7 years to actually get the book written, if you're one of the 1% of the people that do it. It is very challenging to write a book. So why is it challenging? Well, I think there's a number of reasons, but the primary issue is that the model, or what you think the model is to write a book, is broken. And it was for me. You see, when I decided to write my very first book, which was now about 15 years ago, I figured there were just two real ways to get a book written. One was to pay someone to do it and use a traditional ghostwriting path. The other was to grind it out and write 1,000 words a day, 1,500 words a day, etc. Now, most people will not try the traditional ghostwriting path because it's not inexpensive. In fact, a ghostwriter, if you have ever looked into it, can range between $25,000 and $200,000. And I'm not exaggerating. It is a significant undertaking to write a book. So most people try to do it themselves, and they work this broken model of writing a book. The broken model that you're looking at is what we call publish, promote, profit, but it's author 1.0. It's thinking the only way to get your book written is by daily writing or grinding out. Then when it comes to promotion, it's thinking that the only way to promote your book is what traditional publishers tell you, which is, well, you need a big platform ahead of time because that's the only way to get your book sold. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the case at all. And then third and finally, how you actually make money with your book is not through royalties. Most people make very little royalties with their book. My book is a Wall Street Journal bestseller. This is my last book. I have a new book coming out in the next few months, but it's a Wall Street Journal bestseller. It has sold between 75,000 and 100,000 copies, many of which I've actually sold myself because we use paid advertising to sell my books. But I can tell you that royalties from my book, even though it is a Wall Street Journal and USA Today bestseller, the royalties themselves are a fraction of where I've really made a profit with my book. So if you have a broken model, if you're thinking the only way I can actually get my book written is by writing every day, and the only way I can actually ever sell my book is by having a big platform, and the only way I can ever actually make money with a book is by royalties, then I'm here to tell you it's a lot easier than that. And it's no wonder, if you've been wanting to write a book for a long time, that you have struggled with it. I do want to give you some motivation, though, because there are massive benefits to writing a book. Large companies surveyed their audience, and they found that a third of entrepreneurs that wrote a book doubled their income since the publication of their book. So I want you to just think for a moment what your income is today in your business. And if you're one of 3 people, and I don't even know how these people use their book. I know how we teach our clients to use their books. But 1 out of every 3 people that published a book that were business owners doubled their income. What would it look like if you doubled your income simply by publishing a book? Now, remember, I told you in the very beginning, there are 2 things that you need. You need attention and you need authority. The book is the key to both of those things, but really where the book shines is in the authority space. I call this the hierarchy of desire. And I know it's just an ugly little drawing that I did, but I did it a long time ago and I still use it on all of my trainings. The hierarchy of desire is very simply this. As you grow more desirable in your field, the amount of money that you make grows. It's just that simple. And how then is the question, do you get and become more desirable in your industry? It's not just by attention. It's by attention and authority. See, authority helps you to grow in your desirability, meaning that, let's say that you're a doctor, because it's easiest to understand this example in the medical profession. Let's say that you're a doctor. You've gone through 12 years of medical school and education. You've gone through years of internship, 60, 70, 80 hours a week. Now you're a doctor. You have MD behind your name, and you're probably, as a generalist, right? A general doctor, you're going to be making a 6-figure income. Maybe 150 to maybe even as much as $200,000. Nothing wrong with that. That's a really nice income. But here's the thing. If you make a decision to become a specialist as a doctor, let's say a brain surgeon, or let's say that you are a specialist in colon cancer, whatever the specialty is, guess what just happened? Your income in many cases quadrupled. What do you think the best brain surgeon specialist in the world, actually take a step back. What do you think the general brain surgeon, right? Not even like a well-known brain surgeon, but just a neurosurgeon as compared to an internist makes? Well, on average, it's about 4 times as much. It's $500,000 or $600,000 a year because they have become a specialist. They've gone from generalist to specialist. And because of that, their authority in their niche, in their genre, has grown. Well, here's where the real magic happens. When you go from specialist to expert, thought leader, or celebrity, that's where your income doesn't 4X, it 10Xs, 20Xs, 100Xs. And how does that happen? That happens with books, media, PR, and speaking engagements. You see, what really gets you viewed as an expert or thought leader, and really at the height of that pyramid, that hierarchy of desire, celebrity, is when you take your specialty and you begin sharing it with the world in the form of a book that becomes a bestseller, in the form of PR media, and in the form of speaking engagements. And the more you do that, the better it goes for you. Most of you probably know who this is. This is John Maxwell, right? John Maxwell, perhaps the foremost expert in the world on leadership. He writes a book every single year on leadership. Pretty incredible, right? Well, before John Maxwell started writing books on leadership, do you know what John did? He was a country preacher. He led a small church. I believe it was in San Diego. I know John personally. My brother actually worked for John for many years. He's a great man. He's a wonderful speaker, by the way. But John was a country preacher, and he knew people and he understood leadership. But it wasn't until John specialized and John started writing books and John started growing his authority. And now John earns tens of millions of dollars a year through his events, through his courses, through his certifications. In fact, both my brother and my dad are Maxwell certified speakers and coaches, and they paid tens of thousands of dollars for that certification. Maybe you know this person, Susie Orman. You know, if you're a financial advisor and you're listening to this, I bet I know how you feel about Susie. Most financial advisors are like, oh, Susie Orman, you know, she just gives such basic advice. I am a certified financial planner and I have initials after my name. And congratulations to you. But I bet you she makes 20 to 100 times as much money as you. She's worth like 9 figures. Why? Because she gives great financial advice? No, because she is a celebrity in the field. And guess how that started? It actually started because her second book took off. It wasn't her first book. It was her second book that became a bestseller and then led to a big PBS documentary. And the rest, as they say, is history. She got her own show. You see, it's not just that you're great at what you do. I hope Susie is great at what she does. I don't know. But it's not enough. You need attention and you need authority. That's where amazing things happen. One of the things that we do with our clients is we talk about our $1 million author plans. And here's a bunch of them for you. And this is a little bit about what I want to teach in the next few minutes with you. There are 8 plans here. There are many, many more, but these are some of the basics. Number 1, using your book for royalties, books, book deals, and movies. This is the worst one by far, because the vast majority of you will never get a movie deal, and the vast majority of people will never get a big book deal and make $1 million from their book. Can it happen? Yes. Does it happen? Absolutely. But for the majority of people, all the other ways are a lot easier. I do have one client out of about 2,000 that makes $1 million a year just on royalties. Now, she writes fiction, not nonfiction. And in the last 3 years, she's written 43 books. Okay. So do you want to know the secret to making $1 million a year just in royalties? You need to write a lot. 43 books in 3 years, and a lot of marketing and a lot of focus to get all of that done. It can be done, but the others are a lot easier. Using your book for coaching and consulting. That's what Shanda Sumter does, who Adora mentioned a little while ago. She's a client of ours. She's a very, very good friend of mine. I love Shanda. I'm a big fan. I've spoken at multiple events of hers, big events, the Zone event that she does. She uses her book to sell coaching and consulting. Many of my clients do that. It's a lot easier to make $1 million a year that way. Money with PR and media, that's another good one. Selling high-ticket services, that's what we do at Bestseller Publishing. My book brings in over 7 figures a year, and I use my book to sell high-ticket services. You can raise money with books. You can use your book to get speaking engagements. You can sell products, courses, and software. Russell Brunson of ClickFunnels built a $1 billion company by using his books. I have his books right on my bookshelf. In fact, there's .com Secrets. We helped him launch .com Secrets maybe 7-8 years ago. In fact, I was one of the top people to help Russell with the launch of his book. He brought me out to a big celebratory event. We drove Ferraris. We had a big party. It was fantastic. And the rest, as they say, is history. I've known Russell for many, many years. Virtual speaking as well, like workshops. I do that on a regular basis. In fact, I have one coming up this Thursday that we have like 1,500 people registered for, not fur. Sorry. All right. So what do I do? Okay. I always say this. It's better to pay attention to people that are successful than to listen to people that are successful. Why do I say that? Now, hopefully they're congruent, right? Hopefully the person that is speaking about how to be successful is actually doing the thing that they're speaking on. But I can tell you in a lot of cases, they're not. I know a lot of people in the writing and publishing space that don't use their books to attract clients. All they do is they advertise, they talk about their books, but they're not using their books actively. I know people in the real estate investing space that stopped investing in real estate 10 years ago because they make more money now selling coaching and courses and consulting. So I always say, look, pay attention to what people are doing with their books, not just what people are saying. Okay. So what do I do with my book? Well, number one, I advertise my book on social media. So every single day I spend money to advertise, publish, promote, profit on social media. I compete against Amazon because it's selling every day on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, but I compete against them. I sell it on Amazon for $20, but I sell it online myself for free, but all someone has to do is pay $7.95 for shipping. You've seen these before. I've been doing this for 5 years with Publish, Promote, Profit. 5 years. The same exact thing. I then build my list and my following. So people say, hey, I want to copy your book. I'd rather buy it from you than on Amazon because I'll save the money. Fantastic. Well, here's the thing. When they give me all their information and they click purchase and they pay me $7.95 and then I ship the book out to them, the next page that they go to is, hey, you bought my book. Maybe you want this course. Maybe you want the audio book. Maybe you want to be in Bestseller Publishing University. So I then, number 3, sell additional courses of interest to people that raise their hand and say, hey, I want your book. Because guess what? If they want Publish, Promote, Profit, maybe they want the audio book. Maybe they want the workbook, right? Maybe they want other things that are all in the same genre. After they get all of that, they join my email list. And then we email, we build a relationship, and we offer a coaching call. We say, well, you've been wanting to write a book for a while, which is fantastic. Congratulations. Would you like to speak to an ADC, which is an author development coach on my team, and have a conversation about whether or not we might be able to help you to get all of your goals done more quickly than you ever imagined? And we listen, we help, we encourage, and then we make an offer, number 5, to help with our done-for-you services. That's my whole process. And guess what? Anybody that wants to can do the exact same thing with their book if it is attached to their business and a more expensive, bigger offer. Now, some of you may say, well, Rob, I want to write a book about my life. Fantastic. Can you coordinate writing a book about your life with something else that you're selling, like coaching, like consulting, etc.? Can you coordinate a book about your life with your business if you currently have a business, right? So you need to figure that out on the front end. The easiest thing to do, though, is to write a book about your business or about your expertise and then use that book to attract more clients into your business. I do this every single day. We sell the book. That earns us hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we're spending money, right? So we actually don't make a bunch of money on the front end. We do a workbook. We do my regular book. That leads to applications. We get about 300 to 400 people a month that want to do a call with a member of my team. They can't have a call with me. I can't take that many calls. Who could, right? So we have multiple setters and closers on our team that are coaches that help people and then make an offer. I grow my email list at the same time, which is over 100,000 now. And then from that alone, and from this book alone, it's about $1 million a year in royalties, and it's approaching now 75 to 100,000 in sales. Here's some other examples of how you could use it. Maybe you want to write a book to do some good in the world. Well, these were my clients, Doug Bowman and John Mullen, and they wrote a book because they wanted to start a charity in Mozambique. They were moved by the plight of people in Mozambique that had lost their limbs because of all the mines that were in that country. Now, those mines were taken out many, many years ago, but people still needed prosthetic devices for their entire life because they lost an arm, they lost a leg. Well, this book actually did very, very well. Through our launch of the book, they were met and endorsed by the president of the country. In fact, he actually asked if he could write a new foreword to the book. They raised over $250,000 in the first 3 months using the book. This is all for their charity. They were invited to present at the Indian consulate. And then we actually went together because they were asked to speak at the United Nations. That's me in front of the UN holding up their book. I took these pictures. The bottom right picture is the ambassador to Kuwait, and to his left, the ambassador to the UN of Iraq at that time. They spoke before the General Council of the United Nations. These were two completely unknown people, one a pastor, one a businessman, and the whole focus was simply raising money for their charity. They ended up raising millions of dollars for their charity because they got attention and they had authority. Remember those two things, attention and authority. Well, how about let's use Shanda as an example. Some of you are coaches or you're consultants of some kind. And Shanda came to me already having a very successful business and hardcore coaching. And she wanted it to have a book that she then used to generate leads. So we helped her with the book. We helped her launch her book. She generated over 11,500 leads the first 4 months alone, and over $400,000 in sales because she was using the book to sell her coaching, right? So again, it's not just about selling the book and hoping that you're going to make a lot of money. It's using the book to really sell the thing that you want to, because you are using the book for attention and you're using the book for authority. I didn't say anything about myself. It's probably a good idea for me to at least introduce myself. In fact, the cool thing is that's me speaking at Shanda's event, which was a couple of years ago. So I wrote my first book when I was in the real estate business. And I was in the real estate business quite a long time. In fact, my business was doing over $100 million a year in transactions. I owned a company that was closing real estate, a title company. I owned a business that was doing mortgages. I owned a business that sold real estate. I owned an investment company, and I owned millions of dollars in real estate, all up until the time I didn't. And it all came crashing down. You remember what that was. I wasn't a newbie in real estate, but I was at ground zero of the real estate crash. I was in South Florida. I watched my homes and my real estate go from, being worth millions of dollars to losing 60% of its value in 1 year. Now, eventually it all came back, which was fantastic, but it took 10 plus years for much of the real estate to regain where it had once been in South Florida. So I was actually speaking to a mentor that probably many of you know the name of if you're someone who's been around this industry any length of time, and that's Dan Kennedy. And I said, I'm getting out of real estate, and I've only been known in real estate, and I'm going to move into a new industry. What would you do if you were in my position to really position myself as an expert in this new field that I'm going into? And Dan, I had never thought of this before, but he said, if I were you, I'd write a book, because that's the best way to position yourself as an authority in a space. I did. I wrote this ugly little book. Actually, I love that book. Thank you, book. I wrote it 15 years ago, 2008 and 9. I started writing it, Life After Debt. I used that book to generate leads and opportunities. Actually, the amazing thing is the book did very, very well. It became the #1 nonfiction book on all of Amazon. You can see it's number 12 paid in the Kindle store. That's because the top 11 were all fiction titles. In fact, it did very well to the point where I was outselling Tony Robbins, Dave Ramsey, David Bach. These are famous people in the finance space, not me. I wasn't famous. No one knew me. No one knows me now in that space. But that book exploded because of the marketing that I did. And then I started using that book to generate speaking engagements, media, in particular radio, and generating leads. What we found was that for every 16 books that we gave away, a new person would become a client of Bestseller Publishing. Excuse me, of at that time, Crown Financial, Bestseller Publishing later. For every 16 books, one new client. So guess what we tried to do? We tried to get as many of these books into people's hands as we could. So I had my own radio show, which started first as just free appearances on the media. And that led to advertising on radio. Almost everything we did in the beginning was exclusively radio, because we did some TV, but mainly radio, because this was pre-podcast and this was pre-social media advertising. So an interesting thing happened. People started coming to me in 2009 and 10 and saying, hey, Rob, the economy is still terrible. My business is struggling. I worked with a lot of business people in the financial space, and your business is exploding. What are you doing different? And I said, well, it's my book. I mean, all of our lead generation is from my book. I use my book for media. I nail speaking engagements with my book, and my book helps me to be on the forefront of my space. So people ask me, hey, do you think you could help me with a book also? And I honestly was like, I don't know. Let's see. Maybe I can. So I started helping people, and they started getting successful with their books as well. In 2011, I started Bestseller Publishing, which is my company now. I sold my financial company in 2012, and I went all in to BSP. We were the best publishing company in Los Angeles. I've worked with Kevin Harrington of Shark Tank. I mentioned before Russell. We're currently launching a book for Jay Abraham and Roland Frazier, if you know who those guys are. Hey, Justin, how are you, brother? Justin, thank you for your kind words. I just saw your comment there. Very, very cool. So we work with some really cool folks in the space, and also plumbers, roofers, architects, accountants, coaches, consultants, lawyers, doctors, orthodontists. I'm speaking at a big orthodontist conference coming up in September, because we did a book for the leader of that event, and 1,000 orthodontists are coming in for this event, because guess what? Orthodontists need attention and authority as well. I won't read what Kevin said, but let's just say it said some really nice things, because he's a client of mine. My latest book, as I mentioned, Publish, Promote, Profit, is all about attention and authority for me and for my business, Bestseller Publishing. That's the whole idea. And guess what? I have a new book coming out, which also is about attention and authority as well. So what I like to say, and what we say to all of our clients, is your best-selling book is your gateway to your 7-figure and beyond business. It's the way that you're going to be able to get the attention and the authority that you need to actually grow your business. So with that, Adora, any time for questions? I know that we had until about 1:15 or so, and so I ended just a couple of minutes early. I hope everybody gets the whole idea of attention and authority, but I am happy to answer any questions that you guys have. And of course, if Adora wants to ask me some specific questions, then I'm here to answer those for you as well, Adora. There you go.
Awesome. Oh, that was so good and so valuable. I didn't know the whole backstory. It was really fun for me to get that. And I know people here are really understanding what you're saying. I know even though the book that I wrote isn't where I lean in now, it was about manifesting. And I'm have taken the attention off of that.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, you know what that means? You
what?
just need to write another book.
It's
See,
time, Rob.
my financial services book, I'm not involved in that anymore. Now that book still sells all the time and I make royalties, but I had to write a new book for my new thing, right? And so there you go, Adora.
I'm on it, Robin. I know who to call for the next steps. I mean, look, I those of you who came on, there's a real line in my book because I used it. And so if you haven't grabbed this book, my friend Matt Morris, I don't know if you know him.
I don't know him personally, but I know the name.
He's one of my best guy friends here in Dallas, a top network marketer for, and he says that when he finally put out a book, everything changed. The leaders started joining his team. That it really goes across any industry.
Yep.
What I was going to say, when I did my book, suddenly people were hosting book clubs. I was on the invitations were just coming in. So I know what you're saying is so true. And those of you that are thinking about that, there's also that moment when your kids go and say their parents are an author, that, there's just so much legacy in choosing to join the few that act on that dream. Okay, we have a question. How long would one, let's show it. How long would one able to get to bestseller status once the book is published?
Well, once your book is published, I mean, all the focus needs to be on the marketing of the book. So, in fact, 5 minutes before I jumped on this, I was on with Jay Abraham and Roland Frazier's team because we're launching their book. And so we're putting all the strategies. Now, they have a big following and a big audience, but we're putting all the strategies together now because the book is going to be launched in September. So in the same way, when we publish a client's book, we want to launch that book within two to 3 months with, we launch clients' books with paid advertising, social media, press releases, email drops, all of that kind of thing. So yes, the goal is to do all of that so you can hit bestseller right away, right out of the gate.
Yes. And Laura, I agree, especially now when time is of the essence and the more it depends on where you are in your career, but staying in your lane and being genius where you're genius and hiring the who that is really genius is what so many people have talked about this whole time. So the book is one thing. If you're in a position to hire the team or you're feeling it so much that you'll figure it out because the rewards are going to be that grand for you on the other side. Working with a pro and having them actually on your team is always going to be, way better. And it's one of the things we all learn as we start to scale, like, dang, I wish I would have invested in hiring the right people sooner.
Sure.
Because you think like, oh, I have to wait until cash is at a certain place. But the moment you start investing in the right team, things move. They move faster for you. But the book's a great start. So sometimes, stepping right to marriage without a date. We've had a date. Some people need to go a little further. So I agree. Okay. One more thing. Or a couple things. Will you tell us one about the gift that you gave to everyone, and then the gift that we've added to the offer before I bring up our next guest?
Awesome. So one of the things that our clients want is they want to use their book to get more attention, which is done on media and PR. And I don't always tell this part of the story, but that was like the big break that I got is I used my book to get on a free radio show. And I got a client the very first day because I was on that live 5-minute interview. And so we created a course some time back. I sold it for over $1,000, and it's on how to get on TV and media in 30 days. And so that is our giveaway. It is my gift to you. When I say it's a $9.97 value, we sold it for that. So it is that valuable to a lot of people who actually paid more than that. We actually sold it for $11.97. So at any rate, that is what the giveaway is. Book yourself on TV, media, and authority course.
And that's actually part of the offer, you guys. So we have a separate giveaway. I have to look through our text, Rob.
Oh, that's part of the offer. That's not
Mhm.
my giveaway. Doggone it. The giveaway is how to write a business book.
There we go.
I am sorry, Adora. I keep getting those mixed up.
No, I threw them both at you. And
Yes.
we're live.
I thought we were talking about that. So the thing that we're giving for free, that is part of the gift package that Adora's put together. But the thing that we're giving away free is we put together a mini book on the 6 steps to writing a book. And like, there are a couple of questions. Marcus asked a question about how do you integrate multiple ideas and expertise. I talk about that in the giveaway on how to write your best-selling book. Marcus, is to niche down. You got to niche down as much as possible. That's one of the things that I talk about. And so, yes, the free giveaway is my mini book on how the 6 steps to writing your own best-selling book.
Okay. And then the last thing. So you already heard, guys, what's being added to our offer. And I do want to make time for our next. We only have her for 15 minutes. So I won't go deep into the offer right now. What I want you to say is why is it important for the people who feel called to get in that room with us in Atlanta? Why are you even excited to be in that room in Atlanta with us? With 120 people max, that's staff included. And anything you want to say about that?
Yeah, I don't actually travel very much to speak. I don't like to travel. I love where I live. I love my wife, my dogs, my home. I live right on the water. And so if I'm going to speak, it's going to be on the right stage with the right people. And you've just put together a group of the right people that I wanted to be a part of. And so I'm personally excited about being a part of it as somebody that doesn't like to be a part of these things generally. So that's the best thing I can tell you for me is if I'm willing to do it, you should want to be there too.
Yeah, that's amazing. Not only willing, but excited. And
Yeah.
I want you all to hear
I
that.
got to be excited or I'm not willing, Adora.
Well, and that's the thing. Rob's in the place that the best of the best hire him, and he can do what he wants with his life and time. We all can, but you're at the place that where many people dream of arriving, where you're just like, many of the people here is that we choose with our life, where are we going to be? Who are we hanging out with? And
Sure.
we have the divine privilege of saying no to lots of things that would be an epic dream for someone else. And so when you have this opportunity to get in this room with so many of the right people and actually exchange time, energy, catch the swag, catch the ideas, just one idea can shift it all for you. And
No doubt.
one conversation, one collaboration, one relationship, and we're going to have several days. And my belief is there'll be more than one thing that you get. So thank you so much, Rob, for your generosity. I love and appreciate you, and we'll be seeing you in Atlanta. If I don't see you sooner with my book, I think that's a lot to do before Atlanta, Rob. Yes. So, but I'll be seeing you real soon. Thank you so much.
Bye, everybody. Thanks.
All right, team. Woohoo! I'm hydrating live. I hope you're staying hydrated too, everyone. All right, so I'm excited to bring the next guest up, and we have a full day. We're going to keep coming. But as you're thinking about your story, you're thinking about a book, you're thinking about, all that is possible. There is a woman that has just a divine story. I'm wearing her clothing line right now. And when I heard her story that you're about to hear, her story is the reason that as a woman who, if I'm not full dressed, I'm in fitness clothes, I live between those two worlds, I started spending more and more of my money on her clothing line. And why does that matter? Because you think people are buying your product. You think you've got to have the best of everything. And we do need to strive toward excellence and giving our best and delivering our best. But people are buying you. They're buying your story, your identity. And you're going to see that real soon. So let me go ahead. Let's bring Jules up. Where is Jules? Da, 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 da. All right. I almost did it myself. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. So thank you so much for being here. I know we've got about 10 minutes. And so I want you to make Jules bigger, make me smaller. I want you to share with everybody how the brand and why the brand I Am started in the first place.
Well, okay. And thank you for having me on this platform. I really appreciate that. Anytime I get a chance to share my story, I take it. I take the opportunity. Okay. So May 28th, 2016, my life changed. I experienced the most devastating event in my life, and that was my 32-year-old son passed away due to a massive heart attack. For 8 years, he suffered a rare blood clot disease called antiphospholipid syndrome. And we were told that 8 to 10 years would be his lifespan. And so he passed. I went into a deep depression. I stopped being active. I used to be active before. I stopped being active and I stopped living. One night in my dream, he came to me and he said, "Mom, look at me. I am good." He said, "I am good, Mom, and you should be too. Didn't you want to do fitness competition? You should go out and do that. And while you're at it, make some clothes. You love fashion, so do it." I woke up that right after the dream. I told my husband, I want to live again. I'm going to change my physical look. At that time, I put on about more than 40 pounds, close to 50 pounds, to be honest with you, within that 2-year span that I was depressed. I said to my husband, take pictures of me. I'm changing my life. I'm going to get back to a healthier stage. I found myself a devoted trainer for 8 months. We transformed my body to where I couldn't even recognize myself. And I started competing. I was on stage with women of all ages, and I achieved awards after awards after awards. And I wanted to continue competing. Now I want to go for my pro card. Unfortunately, COVID-19 pandemic happened in 2019, so that put a stop on everything. So now what do? I need to do something. And I thought about it. My son spoke to me. First, I competed because of my son. He told me to go do that because he was okay and wanted me to be okay as well. But he also told me, why don't you make clothes while you're at it? And I remember while I was in training to compete, the outfits I was wearing, there was always something lacking. I didn't quite love them, and I only wore them to the gym. So I thought, okay, how am I going to come out with a clothing line? I don't know anything about clothes. So I started researching. Long story short, I started making different lines. Like one of them is called the ribbed, which you are wearing, Adora is wearing. It's one that you can stretch as much as you want to, and then it clicked right back on the body, right? But it's not just to work out. So I figured, let me come up with a line that someone can go out to lunch, brunch, and then if they want to go work out, just put on the sneakers and walk right into the gym with the outfit. You don't have to change. Some comes with nice jacket that you throw over, and then you can just put it around your waist. So now I have the clothes, right? but I got to come up with a name. What do I call it? How do I come up with a name for it? Again, my son's voice came to me. Mom, look at me. I am okay. And he repeated it. I am okay. And I thought, I am. What a powerful word. Those words were actually spoken by a higher power. And if you look at positive, empowering words, I am is all over, whether it's in the dictionary, whether it's online. I thought,
The Bible.
honor,
Yeah.
yes, the Bible.
Yeah.
Thank you. I have to honor my son. So I figured, okay, I am's going to be the name, because when someone wear the clothes, I want them to say, I am beautiful, I am powerful, I am strong, I am alive, because I know I am.
Mhm.
Got the name. Now I have to come up with a logo. How do I do that? Met a lady, that's exactly what she does. And I shared my story with her. I said to her, the day my son left this planet, I put my head on his chest and I heard one beep, and then a faint beep, and then another beep, and that was it. I said, he left us. And I told her, and it was fitness that actually brought me back to life as well. I lift weight. She said, okay. She sat right there and draw an open heart. She said, okay, how many beats again? And I told her, she goes, okay, let's do this. And she said, fitness? Okay, let's put a barbell right through the heart. But it's an open heart because your son's living in your heart. And I said, I like it. I love it. That's how I came up with the logo for my line. So it's my dream that anyone who wears the outfit feels good, feels healthy, feels alive, and they want to wear it right to the gym and show it off as well too. It will help people to not only get active, but stay active and be alive.
Yes. So see, you're seeing people, their hearts are touched. I've heard the story. I've told the story. My eyes tear up every time. And I want to say a few things. So those of you that are feeling this and you're feeling Jules, I want you to put some hearts in the comment or write I am. And I love your story so much. It's something that people said here. They're sorry for your loss, and something it's no one wants to imagine happening to anyone. And then the empathy we can feel of what that would be like, and you feeling your son come to you and grab you, and that you went out and placed and all these fitness competitions. And as someone who has been in the fitness industry, even when I was working with celebrities in Egypt, I was still teaching fitness classes. I don't teach now, but I live in these clothes. I see it. I am heart. And I am one of the pickiest people with how clothes feel and move. I've worked with Lululemon, Lorna Jane, and Savvy, and I love Savvy for a different reason, what it represents. But you too, your brand and the story, now it's not only great quality, but I'm in a place where I not only align myself with people that I identify with, because what you identify with, if you identify with champions, you're going to be a champion. If you identify with losers, you're going to be a loser. And we all have our moments, but really we have to pay attention. Like I'm looking at my 12-year-old, who's she hanging out with? Who is she? Who and what does she identify herself as an athlete, a smart person, an emo person, right? Like all of it really matters more than we think. And now I really have taken on the brands that I identify with. Like, why do I identify, and and so I just identify so much with your heart, your strength, your resilience. I love the quality of your clothing. And I know we're going to do something special. It may be the first person who buys the next package to our event that we give $100 certificate to your clothes. But I know you came up with a special code for people to get some kind of discount today. Will you say a little bit about that before we bring up our next speaker?
Yes, yes. The code is for, actually, it's for the next 90 days. Anyone who goes online and purchase any item, excuse me, 1 second, please. Give me 1 second.
And team, can you put up her website?
Yes, please. So they will get discount of all the total purchases. And if anybody want me to extend it, I will extend it. But it's for 90 days right now. I want everyone to at least feel what I feel because I put my heart into that, and it's my son's.
Yeah.
And I make sure it's
It's
quality.
great quality. I'm not even
Quality.
kidding. This stuff feels really good, and it does. So what is your website?
It is www.iamactivewear.com.
And what's the code, and how much is the discount?
Oh gosh, the code. I don't have it on me. I don't have the
Team,
code.
do you have it?
I sent it to Jane. Jane has it.
Okay, so Jane's there, and
Hopefully we can put it on there for everyone.
Activewear team is all. We have them on a lot of things this morning, calling speakers ahead of time. So let's see. Does anyone have that for us? I want everybody to have the code.
I'm going to see if I can find it. Do they have it? Okay. But I have that for everyone who purchased. I'm trying to see the one I sent to Jane.
All right. It's happening live, team. And so as we're looking for the code, what I want you to know is the stuff really is quality. You'll see I'm in it quite a bit, and it's super cute. It moves with you. But I want you to think about your own story and getting behind, like, where is your story and the way you show up, because that's who people do business with. Of all the clothes, of all the quality, of all the places, my buying decisions are now directed here because of her story and her resilience. What's your son's name?
Lee. Lee.
Lee. What does that mean?
It was just a little nickname that my mother decided to give him, but his full name is Joseph Lee Paul. And the Joseph was also a dream when I had him, that Jesus Christ said to me, you will call him Joseph. Mm-hmm. But he didn't like that name. But he likes middle name. So we gave him that. That's what we call him, Lee. Yeah, he never knew why he was named Joseph, but he loves the nickname, and we made it into his middle name.
The code may have been Uprise. Was the code Uprise?
Yes.
Okay, the code is Uprise.
Thank you.
No one heard Uprise. There's your code. I am Activewear Uprise. Okay, so I'm going to bring Pam up next, who you will love, Jules. Thank you so much for Uprise 15. There it is.
Okay, Uprise 15.
So try both, because I'm seeing both. I'm seeing Uprise 15. One of them is going to give you a discount. Yes. I can't wait to see the clothes on you, but I hope that you're taking in like the power of a story. And Jules, thank you so much. Lots of love.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. So if you're feeling that, I mean, it's the truth. People, yes, we're buying products. We need services, but it's your story that really impacts your brand. And this is perfect. I didn't even intentionally plan this, but our next speaker, Pam, who as soon as we met, and I wasn't planning on adding another speaker to our lineup, but a divine moment happened. She and I just start really hitting it off and have a shared kind of enthusiasm for following the high design given to us by God, you know, and whether you say for you, the universe, you don't believe that, whatever, like we've talked about this whole time, the more you're authentic and bold and yourself, then you attract your people, right? So Pam and I attracted each other, and she owns a company that really focuses on having a brand that expresses your soul. So if you remember that Cleona said, you don't have a soul, you are a soul. And so this woman really embodies what it means to take your design, your unique expression. And I hear you, even if you're like, I don't want my whole soul out there. I want my perfect, whatever that looks like. She's going to help you unleash and unlock your own brand based and aligned with your soul. So Pam, welcome.
Hello. I'm so happy to be here. All right.
Oh, so great to have you. Thank you so much. And I know I was going to let you share and present for a bit, and then I'll come on at the end. But thank you for not only how you've jumped in. I mean, my team has been saying, oh my gosh, I love Pam. She keeps asking, how can she help? She keeps sharing. She keeps checking out the analytics, getting ideas for the future. And this, you know, that's how Danny Theron and I became close. And if you're noticing, team, when you lead with generosity, you quickly become a name. I mean, the team is talking to me about Pam and how great she is. And so Pam, thank you for.
I'm honored. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just doing what I do. Yeah. So we'll get into that. And one thing, Adora, you had asked me to speak about too, which is
didn't mean to pop out real quick. I thought we get into that was the cue for let's present.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah, and so do you want me to start presenting now? I'm sorry.
No, absolutely. But finish your sentence. We're live, people. This is the way this goes.
Okay, yeah. And so, you know, that is really the heart. Like, when we say the word soul, don't let that worry you, because if you are doing everything, and I've listened to all of the speakers so far, every speaker, I'm like, that's it. That was the best one. That was the best one. That was the best one. And if you just integrate it into your body, what you're hearing, and take those notes, your soul will have no choice but to let it all out. Like once you really figure out who you are, just like if you would have asked me 10 years ago, even 10, 20 years ago, would I have a company that I'm getting ready to launch called Brand with Soul? I wouldn't, 10 years ago, I wouldn't have thought that's even what it was.
And I forgot to say, guys, before I pop off, she's speaking on United Way. She's speaking at all these big corporations. They're hiring her to make the big moves for them. So this is another one of those moments. I got into the energy of who she is as a human being, but everybody that we bring to the stage, they're major players. All right. She's doing some things possibly with Tony Robbins. She is in the mix. So whoever we put up here, they are freaking best of the best, and they have some things to deliver to you. And this is like, these companies are paying to get the advice that you're about to get for free. So don't take that lightly. Integrate it, open up, take it in. All right. And now we're going to let you jam on your genius zone, and I will remove myself for a little.
You're amazing, Adora. You're adorable. Adora is adorable. Thank you so much. Yeah. And so I want to share a little bit about where I came from so you can understand, because I know right now the economy is really challenging for so many people. And even if it's not for you, it's challenging for likely the majority of the people that you're serving, which is really what matters. And so I came, and I was listening to Les Brown, his presentation, and he talked about that defining moment. Like, what was that defining moment in your life? And I think that is so important. And you may have one or two defining moments or more. For me, mine dates back to when I was 7 and my parents got divorced. And this, I didn't realize till I went through the personal development that I went through with Tony Robbins and others the last 2 years, that was my defining moment that day when my parents drove from Florida to Colorado to get divorced. And my mom is kissing the ground, so happy, going bananas. My dad is standing there crying. And me and my sister, I'm 7, she's 4. She's looking at me like, what's going on? I'm looking at everybody thinking, what's going on? And I knew from that moment that if my life was going to be good, it was up to me. And it was at the age of 7, and I'm going to get through this without crying, because this is what built me. I knew that if I was going to become something different than the pain that I was feeling and the pain that I saw my dad feeling, that it was going to be up to me. And so it was from that day that I tapped into community. And so my mom struggled with all kinds of anxiety issues and had seizures and at night, and we started out in a 1-bedroom apartment, and I remember running out to the neighbors in the middle of the night to have them help me. And when I look back on it, it wasn't as traumatic as it probably should have been, because it was just who I was. I had started to become so strong at that moment, at that defining moment. And so I think if we look back at even what may be the most challenging part of your life, if you can find how did you get through it? Like once you're through it, how did you get through it? There are so many answers to who you are and who you need to serve from that moment. And so as my life went on, because I was open to learning from others, I was so hungry to be mentored. And Adora, a lot of this came together, honestly, some of this week, as I really was able to listen and unpack things and not be so worried about typing. I was just listening. And what I realized through my life, I think the reason that I attracted so many mentors and the community, because I truly believe your network is your net worth, and it was what can help build you on the good days, the bad days, and the horrible days. Those are the people that, you can call it 2 a.m. Being open to being trained and being open to a new perspective of doing something different will attract people to invest time in you, because they know you are going to listen to them, and they know that you are going to be more likely to take action. And so this matters when we are wanting to be a mentor to somebody else. And when we are wanting to build community for somebody else, we're wanting to build a business as a coach or a consultant or whatever it is you do to serve other people, we need to just make sure we're always bringing that human aspect into it. And so fast forward my life, I grew up with a single mom. She worked in a bank, and she did a lot of things right, where she always made me have a job. I look at it now and I'm so thankful, working State Farm corporate offices, Montfort corporate offices. We were in Colorado, Montfort Beef. And I always had a job. And it was that experience that got me over years. I didn't go to any expensive school. I had people with Harvard degrees working for me. But it was because of the investment in community and myself. My dad committed suicide when I was 16. And that was another life-defining moment that I realized he's actually been, and I learned this from Jan Hargraves, I believe is her name, from Tony Robbins' leadership training, and where she had us go through an exercise and we drew something, and I drew a sun. And when I drew a really large sun, that means that your father figure is a really big impact to your life. So when I drew that picture during that leadership training, unexpected, it made me realize that him shining down on me is what has given me certainty in my life. And so for me, my whole life, I worked for certainty. And I truly believe that's why I've always kept community around me. It was that a little bit of that dependence on other people. It's in our DNA to want to connect with people that believe the same things that we do. Simon Sinek says that. And it's one of my favorite quotes from him. And so when we're looking at our community, you have people in there that need you, right? You have people in there that there are life reasons why they need you to start your Facebook group, why they need you to start a LinkedIn group, why they need you to be doing this event that Adora is doing. It's not that they only want to learn how to grow their business. We need to have other people that we can connect with and that can help build us, and, catch us when we fall down. And so fast forward my life, I went the corporate way. I worked 15 years in corporate America. My mom wasn't going to have it any other way, because she at least wanted to know that we were going to be able to support ourselves. So I worked 15 years in corporate, and branding, marketing, high tech, entrepreneur companies, some of the largest brands, and down to doing geeky stuff like email marketing and those. I won't go. We'll be off on huge tangents if I start going there. And so after I was in a company 7.5 years, it was Sun Microsystems, and it's where Facebook corporate headquarters are now. That was like the cool place to work back then. So this will date me, but it was the cool place to work. It took me 6 months to get in there, and I was so happy to get in there. 7.5 years, and it was community. So I was comfortable. And our COO, Jonathan Schwartz, at the time, he would assign projects, and he would assign like 7 different teams to go work on one thing, and made the best team win. And so you usually would have like a product marketing manager type of person, which was me. And then you would have a business analyst that kept everybody safe and sane. And then you would have a technical person, and it would be made the best team win. So my last big gig in corporate was starting with a 3-person team and building it to an 800-person business unit within 18 months and $150 million recurring revenue. And we did that in 18 months with the whole company telling us, you guys are never going to do that. So that's when I decided, okay, this might be a good time for me to exit. It was 2009, and the market was crashing. Our tagline for the company I worked at was, we put the dot in .com. The .com was becoming the .bomb. And so I saw this market opportunity. And they say, the most successful entrepreneurs are built during downtimes. There's so much data that supports that. So you should be excited right now that you're building. We need to get rid of that fear, be grateful, and use it to move forward. And so I knew I'm going to get out, and I'm going to get ahead of all my peers that are going to want to be doing this. And that's what I did. So a lot of my colleagues were like, you're already building an agency inside of corporate. Why don't you just go launch and do that? So because I had invested in so many relationships and paid a lot of people's mortgages for 15 years, I was able to launch and literally just hit the market fast and run. And this is where I know some of the other speakers talked about this, being very resourceful. I went and I bought an agency for $500. And it was a one-man show. And I met him from a friend that was, long story, but she was from Tampa. We were in Tampa at this time. We happened to be sorority sisters. Okay. 20 years before that, happened to be in the same town. And she's like, you're thinking about leaving corporate, come to this chamber event with me. So she took me in. So this is the power of relationships that you're building now are going to help you 10 years from now, 20 years from now. And so she took me in, and I met this guy who had this agency, and he had one client that I wanted, and it was Service Master. And it was a Service Master local company, a franchise, and they had a massive community. And and they were God loving. God was within their values, and we just connected at the heart. And I said, I'll be happy to buy your company. He's like, $500. I thought, I'll take it. And so we were able to connect with this company and these amazing people. And I'll never forget the day I walked in, and he's like, are you here to do my website? And I'm like, nope, we're getting ready to redo your whole strategy. We're going social, baby. And that's right when social was launching. And so I had this, we are brand new. We were literally cutting our cards at these chamber events. And but I believed and knew that I could accomplish what I was telling him I could accomplish. And so long story short, we wound up running a head-to-head with organic success, organic reach for this local business. And the corporate office of Service Master it was like a $1.2 million contract with an SEO company. We finally got the attention of corporate, and we won. So we did a 6-month head-to-head with SEO and paid ads versus what we were doing with the power of community. And because these people were givers, they had events. And so we just helped them take it to the next level. And that ignited my business. And I didn't have to invest a lot of money to do that. We met with the client, I think it was like bi-weekly. And I would go meet with the client bi-weekly. We participated in all their events. We got a ton of free marketing, and we did things together, and we served, and we did charity. And so it was when there would be chamber events, I would go gather up all the people, all the cool people that I had met, and say, I would get a booth and negotiate a booth. And I would say, hey, I'm going to give the biggest giveaway away, and I'm going to have people come to my booth to win this prize. And then I had the power of community, where I was promoting every single person that was there with me that they would give something away. And so we just took off. And so that, I'm bringing this up because no more excuses. You don't need to wait until your website's fixed, or your Facebook page is fixed, or you have a massive community like I do on LinkedIn. Okay. It has taken me years to get there. And anyone that tells you you're going to do it overnight is lying to you. So look at what you have first. Look at the resources and the people who are already in your network that you can do good things together. They don't need to have 1 million followers. They don't need to have 1 million people in their community. You just need to have something in common that where you want to help other people. And so as I continue to do this, and I've shared some of this with Adora, I'll never forget the first free seminar that I gave at the Chamber of Commerce. And this is when I was starting to get my plan together. And, we had the training. We knew what we were doing by this time. This was about 5 months in. And I did my first it was a big deal, free seminar. And I remember that day, my zipper on my pants broke. And I still have the picture of it. And my zipper legit broke. And we had this packed room. And long story short, I wound up closing that day a $75,000 training deal with a local home company. And the best part, it wasn't even the money. The best part was that it was a company that was struggling, and they had lost relationships with the people in their market. And really, they had done some things, real estate. They had done some things with the sharing of commissions and all those yucky things, and then kind of had an attitude for a while. So they had some burnt bridges. And so their management asked, hey, can you help us build our reputation back up? And I said, I can. Are you ready to be open to change? And are you ready to put your heart into this? And I mean, the hearts of your people. And they said, yes, let's do it. And so what we did, this is where you got to get creative. And you've heard Bill Walsh and all these people talk about how we need to be creative. We made this up, and we went ahead and did we had 2 days where we met face to face. I brought a photographer in, and she did headshots, and we did like social media policies at the time. This is back 2009, 2010. And so we had them, I can be the bad person for a company and say, okay, you're going to need to sign this policy. We're doing that right now with AI. And then we train them. And I brought a team of people that I hired contract, and we put everybody in a big room in a hotel. And I still have the pictures of us with a printer, like on the hotel roller, because we were printing off stuff that day. That's how quick we threw this thing together. And we trained people that didn't even know what social media was. By the time they left that 2-day event, they were not only on social, but they felt confident and they felt certain on social media. And they had an understanding for who they were. We helped them build their personal brands. And they showed up. The results of that, they mended relationships. From there, we did like an 8-week weekly training, and then rolled this out across Florida. And toward the end, people were not able to come because they were being invited to so many parties, and they were getting back, reigniting those past relationships. So that was just, for me, that just jet set me off in serving others. And I think no matter where you are, if you are struggling with belief, and we all do that, right? And I have been doing deep personal development training the past 1.5 years. And every time I think I've smashed all those limiting beliefs, it's like another little one pops up. It's like, hey, I'm here. You forgot about me. You're scared to death about this, and you're not realizing it. And I think that's all of us. And Jamie Kern-Lima is somebody I follow a lot, and she always talks about hiding in plain sight, and that God's or rejection is God's protection. So no matter no matter where we may be feeling we are being rejected, we're actually being protected. And God may just be hiding your value from a certain group of people or a certain person because they are not part of your destiny.
That reminds me of a moment, and I'm going to ask you some questions. If you all have some questions about your own brand, pop them in, because I'll ask yours before mine, because I have Pam in my life now. So any questions you have, go ahead and put them in the chat. It reminds me of a time when I was back from Egypt and chose that I was just going to lean out of all things celebrity, all things media, and just focus on raising my daughter. I was pregnant in Egypt when the war broke out, and bombs were going off while I'm putting things on the balcony because they don't have a lot of dryers there in Egypt. And, I was just, people know my story, know that I did supernatural childbirths. And so I was just really trying to keep myself calm in a real war. War was happening, which in America, most of us, if, you see army tanks and it's for recruiting or transit. It's not, it was a big deal. And I was in one of those, like, I just want safety. I just want my child. I think I focused on fitness and network marketing. I knew I could, build and be with her. And so I ended up in a franchise, a fitness franchise, and it wasn't going as well as I wanted. And I was starting to do the things I do, like try to put big deals for them together. And I just wasn't being heard. So I hired a coach. It was like $8,000, which was a lot at that moment. It's not a lot compared to where I'd been in my life before, but in that moment it was a lot. And she was like, why are you all in with someone who's not all in with you? And it reminds me of what you just said about rejection being part of protection. So guys, sometimes when you're just doing and being and it's not vibing, I'm not saying quit, because people quit way too early on themselves, on each other, on communities, on ideas. But there is a time when Les Brown said, don't make someone a priority who's making you an option.
Yes.
So good one. All right. So let's just say real quickly something, because I see our next speaker in the queue, something about your gift for everyone.
Okay, yeah. And so I have a gift that is a buyer persona boot camp and so much more. But what it is virtual. It's a do it yourself. It is a 5-day, less than an hour a day. Okay. And it is going to walk you through. You'll have homework each day, but you'll be able to do it in less than an hour, and really defining your target customer and really getting in the head. And I mean the DNA of your customer. And there's a methodology we use from Forrester Research called the POST methodology. And it's people, objectives, strategy, and technology. Technology and tactics should come last. Okay. Not first. So it's about who is your audience? What are their objectives? What are your objectives for that audience, for that person? And then the strategy is based on your relationship with them. So what relationship with them do you currently have? Do they know who you are? Right? That's going to be different than if they don't know you, than somebody that does know you and you want them to become more transactional, right? Is it a relationship that needs to be more intimate or more transactional, or somewhere in between? And then technology and tactics are last. But that is what the offer is. And then I also included an influencer slash, I call it OPC, other people's content and other people's community, which is a webinar and a training on how to really build out your community. And I didn't have time to go into it today, but I mean, our tweet chat launched us to IBM and Sony and all of these other brands. And so there are, some really grassroots way today that you can build community. And in that training, I go into that with ideas on exactly what you can do, how it works, and how, influencer marketing kind of gets a bad name. It doesn't have to be the Kim Kardashians of the world. It could be the person next door, right? That one post on Facebook could change your world. And so it's that training combined. And then there's a lot of different content webinars and social media webinars that I included in there at no cost.
Yeah, and I want to say not to sleep on that. I think we're being so generous here that it may be not obvious because we're conditioned to just getting so much. But I'm going to tell you, behind closed doors, I've been watching Pam go, I'm thinking of giving away this that I normally charge. I think I'm going to add even more. I'm just feeling it. I really want to bring all that I can to this cause, to these people, to what you all are doing. So, everything, including what we're going to do with this next speaker, which the next part is tactical. If you're near a computer, I want you to be near, get onto a computer, because he owns Copy Coached, which takes the Chat GPT sort of prompts and can help you write with the prompts already in there, the email sequences, the landing pages, all of that. But none of that is powerful it's not as powerful if you don't know who you serve.
Amen.
And so that 5-day boot camp, if you took that 5-day boot camp, did the real deep work, because Chat GPT and these prompts, even, they can only, they can give you great ideas, but it doesn't know your soul. It can't show you. But if you know yourself and you really have that piece together, and then you load it into a system like the one we're about to show you, it's pretty freaking awesome. So I want you all to say thank you, Pam. And remember, we're going to send these gifts out. Also remember that if you go to the VIP upgrade page, and the speaker has spoken already, if you can click on the image of them, and it's going to take you to the links to their gifts. So definitely you're going to want to get these. All right.
Thank
magic.
Thank you so much. Keep up the great work, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. And Alan too. You and Alan have been in the mix. He was here all weekend. I can't wait to meet both of you.
I love it.
In person. And
I'm
thank
honored.
you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Bye, love. So I don't know if you all heard, she just told you she's given you the strategy, the exact one that got the attention of IBM and helped her move her influence and go from just starting to thousands. And she also said it doesn't have to be influence in the way that you may be thinking. If you love Kim Kardashian, great. But if you're thinking, aversion, it's not about that. It's about who are you? What do you have to say? And it's a platform, right? And how do we get your voice, your message to the right people? And that is by getting where they are so they can hear you, being seen. All right. So I'm going to bring up our next speaker and team. I may need your help in the background. He is John of Copy Coach in order to share his screen. Hi, John.
Hi.
So I'm going to give you guys a little backstory of how we met. And then, John, I want you to be able to share your screen to walk people through stuff. So do you see the present mode and where you can share screen?
No, I don't.
Okay. Lisa, are you guys there?
But if you can you share your screen?
I haven't tried. And I wouldn't want to right now because I have a lot of things going on in my screen. Hold on, let me see. But Jane might be able to share her screen if we tell her where to go.
Okay.
Jane, are you here in the background? And then let's go ahead and put in the link. Let me see. I think this is it. If you all will click on this link that I'm putting up right now, the Kartra link, you're going to get 3 days free to this software so you can click around and play. But I put it in there also. Jane, can you click, or Lisa, and share? See what we have going on.
Yeah, sorry, I don't see any sharing option.
We're still going to need you to be able to do it because you can lead people.
Okay, I see a screen being shared.
It's not mine though. And we need
That's
you to, yeah. Okay. So what do you suggest we do?
All right, so let's hit login at the top right there. And do you know your credentials?
Mm-mm.
All right, let me grab mine real quick.
And you can put them in the private chat for the team.
All right. Sorry, everybody, just a moment.
But here, while he's doing that, let me tell you why you want to stay here. All right. Because you've heard when you were with Danny Theron, when you were with Pam just now, when you're with these different speakers, even Preston said, if you're not using ChatGPT in order to get these things out and to get unstuck, everything from writing your social media posts. I mean, imagine knowing exactly what to say for the next, webinar and being able to do it quick, or the landing page, So team, you have the login in the private chat. If you'll go ahead and log in with the screen not showing so we don't see his credentials.
Yeah, you want to see the password. Is my chat, sorry, coming through?
It is. They're seeing it.
Okay. Yeah, just
Okay.
want to make sure it was.
So
I
they're
didn't know
seeing.
if it's going to everybody or.
No, it's in a private chat. You're in the right place. So let me tell you the story of how I found John, you guys. I was working on emails for this event and working on different, copy kinds of things. And so how Facebook, Instagram, they know who you are by what you're doing and what you're searching. I saw this ad for Copy Coach, and that it had frameworks that were already in there, like prompts that were ready to go to help you come up with your webinar, your landing page. And so I started messing around with it, and it was just so fast and already really loaded and really great. And when I find something really great, I don't know if any of you are like this, but I'm the kind of person that's like, I have to share it. And, you all are top of my heart. You're speakers, coaches, you're doing webinars, landing pages, Facebook posts, Instagram posts, threads maybe. And so I just sent him a message and said, hey, would you come on? Would you do something special for our group? I think it's valuable. And so here we are. And the way you log in, you're going to have to sign up. Facebook user. That's how you come up on our chats. You'll just have to sign up and you'll create your own login. It's supposed to be 7 days free. You get 3. If maybe we'll come up with a way for them to message you so you can extend that for them, because we just didn't get there. So he normally offers a 3-day, and we got a special hookup of a 7-day for you. Okay, it says try again. That worked. For me, okay, I see. You guys are talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and just to give some people, I guess, a little bit more context on where this came from. So I feel like when you start your journey as a business owner, right, marketing is important, and there's literally like all this stuff out there that you can go and you need to do. Like if you think about the laundry list of things as a business owner, you've got a website, you need to create an offer, you need to have emails, you need to create a landing page, you need to write stuff for Facebook, right? You might want to have a VSL, right? All this stuff you have to write. And then there's all these books you can read. You can read Dan Kennedy's books or Russell Brunson's books, or you can, watch webinars from Joel Irway, or you can follow different coaches. And there's like all this stuff out there. And so like, I don't know about people watching, but for me, first thing I wanted to do was go read all this stuff. And then you want to go try it. And it's like, oh, it's so easy, right? I just do that. But it's not, right? It's not as easy as they make it sound. And I think when ChatGPT came out, people said, oh, well, maybe it's a little easier now. And it's easier in some ways. Some things are easier. I can say, ChatGPT, write me a Facebook ad, and it'll come up with some, something to start you with. But if you say, hey, ChatGPT, I'm trying to write the perfect webinar from Russell Brunson's book, Expert Secrets, write that. And it'll give you some gobbledygook that is just not at all what you asked it to do. And for me, like I was really intrigued by the promise of these AI tools, but also frustrated by how much time I would spend just trying to get them to do what I wanted them to do. And there's some really good tools out there. It's just, but it's, if you don't know how to get it to do what you want it to do, it's very frustrating, right? So that's kind of where Copy Coach came from, is like, is there an easy way to help people use tools that are AI that actually make them work and make them just very simple and easy to use, where you don't really even have to think about trying to get it to do what you want. You can just use the time getting it to actually write the kind of copy you want that can really drive results for your business. So that's basically where it came from.
Yeah, so I want to be able to give some examples and for some of you to be able to tell us what industry you're in and watch us create stuff live. But first, we've got to get StreamYard to do what it does.
Yeah.
And so he's asking if you want, we can take a moment if you want to come into main StreamYard and she'll show you how to be a host and share
Okay.
your screen from there.
Sure.
Okay, so go ahead and I'm going to remove you because you're going to have to leave and come back. And then put in the chat your cell phone number so they can just call you because we've got a limited time. Okay, so I don't know how to share my screen, or I would share it with you, but I'll give you, and I'm nervous that I'll end up like, so first, those of you that are with me, go ahead and put in the chat what your industry is and who you serve, because you're the people that we're going to go to work and show you. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Facebook user. I love you, whoever you are. But go in the chat and show, tell me again and tell the rest of us who you are and who you serve so that we can, go to work. I see, yeah, John's on the phone, but so we can go to work on your brand. I mean, I just want you to imagine he's going to show you right now, like we could come up with your webinar idea. We can come up with your nurture sequence for your email. We can come up with compelling headlines that will attract your divine clients. And really, if you took this system in Amazon business, you just built your website and just ordered your product to launch. Oh, cool. And what's your product? Put it in for us. I want to know what your product is. But you're an author, start on your first book, clinical sexologist. That's awesome. Okay. What is your book? And clinical sexologist. That's awesome. This is so awesome. Entertainment industry, TV commercials, talent scout, serving production houses and agencies. That's awesome. How? Let's say.
Different view.
Oh. First product is shower caps. I didn't buy them. My fiance, who you guys met, bought me my first set of shower caps in lots of time because I'm normally love baths and sometimes I just need to go fast, but I didn't want to get my hair wet. And so he bought me shower caps. You're in marketing, Etta. You help wellness, business, and business coaches fix their marketing and track the right audience. And you're going to like this tool. Are you using ChatGPT now, Etta? Business and leadership development, working with community organizations and not-for-profits. That's amazing. Sunday, I'd love to know how you got into that. And what a great name. Sherry's a transformational intuitive healer, removing physical and emotional pain by removing energetic blocks from vibrational healing. Lily, what's your story? Let's hear. I want to hear your story. I get that. It's like coffee, or no, it's just worn. So the only state authorized school of hypnotherapy in Georgia. Wow. Also a licensed marriage counselor and therapist. Keep it coming. See who's here. There are people that you want to be friends with, or maybe you want to work with, or you want to become a client of, or do a collaboration with. Like you guys right here. Let me just give you an idea. You guys right here could go inside of the Facebook group, and some of you are in VIP and haven't even shown up, which we have a full VIP day tomorrow, 12 to 4 Central, just VIPs in Zoom. Pay attention to that and come. But you could literally get together. You could use Shanda's method and do an online show. And I'm going to finish this thought and then turn it to you, John. You could use Shanda's method, do an online show. You could take that Danny Theron, what he broke down for you for being able to create your webinar, right? And you could use this tool that John's about to show us and have everything done in just a matter of, let's call the show part done, in 3 or 4 weeks with each of you working together. You just come together, everybody email, everybody post, you come up with the name of the show using this that he's about to show you. And you will have used this more powerfully because you're sitting here with a clinical hypnotherapist, a meditation leader. You have someone who's a physical fitness coach. You have someone who's a clinical sexologist. You have someone who's an intuitive healer. I mean, this is leadership development. I mean, you've got a show right there, right? You could be building your audiences and then give away the free gift that they get to come to your webinar, and your divine clients will show up at your webinar. Okay. So now, are you ready to share the screen, John?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
awesome.
we are
I'm going to
ready.
remove myself for a minute.
All right. Okay, and so for everybody asking, how do I log in? So I think there was a Kartra link that was shared. It's a checkout link, essentially. So if you go in, you fill out your information, it won't charge you anything. It'll start a 3-day trial. And if you get to the end of 3 days, you are part of this program, and you want a few more days, just drop us an email. You can drop it through. There's a support portal, and we'll extend basically your trial. And if you get charged and you don't want to continue with it, we'll take care of it for you. Can we go back to that full screen mode again? I think there was like a fuller screen. You've seen somehow. There we go. Yeah, click that. Maybe. Okay. Anyway, so this is Copy Coached, right? And I see a lot of things in the chat about various businesses. And I saw one that I thought we'd use just for an example, which is Edda. Edda is in marketing and helps wellness business and coaches fix their marketing. So Copy Coach does a whole lot of things. So if you scroll up to the top, just to give you a quick tour here, there's 2 sections. The first is coaches. So if you just hover over coaches, you'll see these are all the frameworks we have you can generate copy for. You just hover over. So all these coaches have different marketing frameworks they teach. And so we've got those frameworks set up in Copy Coach so you can generate copy based on their teachings. And then if you look at the marketing tools section, the next tab, these are all things that you can create with Copy Coach that are not framework based. They're more just kind of standard types of things for copy you might need to write for your business. So if we click on core messaging, this is where I always recommend people start, because you need to understand how to explain your business, 1, so you can sell it, but 2, so you can make most of these other tools work. So on the left side, there's a tool that's called Unique Selling Proposition. Let's click on that. All right, so we're going to use Edda's description here. And what this tool is going to do is help us create a unique selling proposition for this business. So if we go into describe the company, I'm just going to use the same, basically what Edda put in the chat. So this is a marketing business, right? So let's just put marketing. We're going to use we're going to keep this a little vague for right now. So what do we sell? So Edda, can you put in the chat here for us, what does your business sell? Is it coaching business, it looks like? Or is this advertising? Marketing strategies? Are you with us, Edda? Can you hear us? All right, we're going to fill this in for Edda because I don't think she can chat. So she sells coaching. Her customers are, let's call them gym owners. Okay. What sets her apart? She only focuses on the fitness industry. her customers say that she has an insider's perspective on the fitness industry. And what you want to do here is if you're following along with this, if you have any reviews or testimonials on your website, this is where you would pop them in, just paste them right in. Facts, figures, and social proof. Let's just say she's helped over 50 gyms presence on Facebook. Okay, now just hit submit there. And you'll see as soon as you hit submit, scroll down, you'll see that Copy Coach is starting to create her unique selling proposition. So as you guys probably know, unique selling proposition.
So Etta did show up and she
Okay.
focuses on marketing strategy, but we did have someone that's in the fitness industry. So some of the fitness people that
but she does it for the fitness industry.
Oh, Etta does? She said that?
It says, I'm in marketing and I help wellness businesses.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I missed that comment. I'm out.
Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. All right. So this is what we've got so far. Marketing coaches exclusively tailored for gym owners. Marketing coaching. All right. So hit that double box there at the bottom. So what that does is that copies that to the clipboard. Now, the thing about Copy Coach is all the copy that comes out of it, you need to make sure to save into another document. Right now, the system doesn't save anything it creates. It's for you to copy and paste into another document. So we've copied this, and now we can do a whole lot with this, right? So if we go back up to the top, so I want to show you guys one of the newer features we have. The great thing about this tool is that it's a one-time purchase and we add to it all the time. And we just added a couple of new features and I get so many emails from people saying this is the most valuable thing I've ever purchased because it's one time and we just keep adding to it because we think there's just no limit to the way it can improve. So one of the things we added recently under marketing tools, click, do that drop down there. And then if you go to the second from the bottom, which is Reels. So I'm sure you guys have seen that short form video content is really popular right now. And, you can do it on Instagram, you can do it on YouTube. I'm sure Threads is not far behind in terms of having you do short form video. But what we've got on here is different types of reel scripts you can create, right? So this first reel is called a magnet reel. And the idea behind this is that you would use this to figure out who your potential customer base might be. So in this field here, it says, what's your niche? So what it's saying is that you can use another tool we have called the niche finder. So if we go back up to marketing tools, we've got another tool. If you go back under core messaging, sorry, I should have kept you on there. Core messaging and then niche finder. So this is a neat tool, and what this does, and you can just paste in that copy text we put, just hit paste there for me. Hopefully it'll paste. Nope. Oh no, did it lose it? All right, so let's just type it in. Let's just type in marketing, what was it? Marketing strategy for wellness coaches. And then hit submit. And so this tool is neat because it will tell you what your niche is. And I'm sure you guys have heard the phrase, the riches is in the dishes. And this will give you your niches and will also help you dial it down even more. So this is how we might define what the niche is for this business. So the first one, wellness coaches specializing in stress management, would be how to narrow that down a little bit further. So wellness coaches seeking marketing strategies is the niche. That's pretty well defined. But if you said, well, let's say there's a lot of those, right? I want to be very, very specific. So you could say I could focus on wellness coaches working with corporate clients, right? That's even more specific. Or wellness coaches for new moms, right? Seeking marketing strategies is also more specific. So let's just copy that wellness coaches seeking marketing strategies. We'll say that is the niche for this business. So you want to just highlight that, we can use this one, that's fine. Any of them. Let's just copy that. Wellness coaches specializing in stress management. Just right click and do copy. And then we're going to go back to the Reels. Okay, Reels, YouTube Shorts at the very marketing tools in the very bottom of the list. Okay. All right, and so we're going to start with this magnet reel. So let's just put the niche in there. So wellness coaches specializing in stress management, and hit submit. Now this one is not geared. This is a value-driven video, right? It's not supposed to be advertising your specific products. And so this script, you can see it's going to be a 30 to 60 second script, which is going to be trying to resonate with your target customer. So that would be somebody looking for services in the niche you defined, right? And what you use this for is that you would put this on Instagram or YouTube, and you would build an audience off of people that watched this video, and you would use the other reel scripts on here to try to deliver them additional value. Okay, so this is one of the pieces of content you can generate with Copy Coach, and there's so many things you can do here, but this is a good example of one of the things that you can do. So you can feed this script right into a teleprompter app, read it, record it, and you've got a 30 to 60 second reel written and ready to go that will help you. And what this is doing is this reel specifically is helping you kind of get your prospects to raise their hand and say, yeah, I'm interested in what you have to say. I want to hear more, right? So it's a great way to use a very simple form of advertising to get your business in front of people who might be interested in what you have to do. So let's look at another example here. If we go to the top, let's go under coaches. And let's go to Laurel Porty, second from the bottom there. So I know you guys are familiar with Laurel. Laurel is a friend of mine, and she's a very good marketing and advertising coach, right? And she has a very simple philosophy that she teaches in her ad course, which is great. It's $7 a month. So I'm just giving her a shout out because her course is fantastic. If you just need to figure out how to do ads, it's a great way to learn without all the fluff and upsells and other things you get from other places. But one of the things she teaches is called Power Content. So if you look there on the left, you'll see a tool called Power Content Writer. So all these tools are based on specific frameworks, right? So this one would give you a 3 to 5 minute script that follows her teachings, right? Again, that you can use to build an audience, drive awareness. And so you can see as an example here, there's just 5 questions to answer, and it gives you very, very specific scripts. And that's the same with all of these tools. So if you're familiar, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, John. So we do have our next speaker in the green room. So a couple of things. One, tomorrow from 12 to 4 Central, we have a VIP session for all of our VIPs. I think we have about 100 VIPs, and it'll be in a Zoom room. I don't know our schedule of when different speakers are popping in, but I would really love for you to get with Jane and come in for an hour and just work with some of our VIPs through their own stuff. Will you do that?
I can certainly try. Tell
Okay.
Jane to reach out to me, and we'll see if we can make it work.
Okay, so she has your cell phone now in chat. She's gonna blow you up. No,
Okay.
we're relentless over here, right? But our goal is to get raving fans and also help the clients and our audience move along. And I think the more, even me being in there, seeing how you work around with them, I'll use your tool even more. So copycoach.com is the better link, it looks like, rather
It's just
than
if you want to learn more
Facebook.
generally about all the things it does.
Okay, so that first link though will give you 3 days free, and then as long as that's going well, if you want a few more days, I mean, just buy it if it's working. Laura's already on it and she says thank you and she purchased it. Then you can write him and reach out to support, and they will extend the trial because we were meant to do a 7 days for you guys. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, we had some technical difficulties up front, so we didn't get to do a lot here as much as we wanted, but our VIP, whether it's tomorrow or we do something separate with them for you where I'm not there. I'm going to speak at the Napoleon Hill Foundation. So we're trying to get everyone in tomorrow that we can. I really think it would be valuable to you and to them.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
to,
And just let me add just one thing, which is so many
yeah.
people like they'll just say, "Can copy coach do X, Y, or Z?" Right? The best way to find out is if it can do whatever you want it to do is just to go and use it. It's the most easiest to use AI platform that is out there. And if there's something that you need it to do that it can't, honestly, most of our best ideas come from users and we implement very, very quickly. So just drop me a line. And if it's like, why can't it do this? Well, we can make it do that. Just let me know and we'll have it up there. And we have quick turnaround.
So thank you for making it easier for us to win. And, you know, as you know, so many coaches are trying to figure out their niche, their pivot, their reels, their whatever. And now Chat GPT and all these different things. So you just made it even easier right at our fingertips with the frameworks. And guys, you all are freaking loaded with the speakers we've brought to you and all the tools. Thank you. And we'll see you in VIP somewhere. Okay,
Yes.
John?
Sounds
Okay.
good. Thanks
Guys,
everybody.
I got a little passive, not passive aggressive there. Thank you so much, John. It's just
Thanks.
very
Thanks,
valuable. Thank you. You see what I'm saying? Like it's easy to get unstuck right now. And let me tell you what's going to happen though when you get unstuck is then you'll see what's really under your stuckness. When you have no more excuses and you remove them all and you're still like, that's the moment that you go, okay, you've got this. I believe in you. Get up there, show up. Don't be afraid to fail, right? And we don't have excuses anymore. Really, we don't. I mean, everybody from Pam to each of these speakers, they're laying it out for you. So I'm going to bring up my guest co-host, Z. Paul, I see you smiling. You are ready. You're ready for me to bring you up, Paul. Hi, Z. Good to have you.
Hi. How is everyone today? I am so ready for Paul right now, the Maverick millionaire. I can't wait for his conversation with us.
Yeah, you know what's cool? I've known Paul a lot of years. He's a great friend, colleague. He comes to a lot of the events that I put on because he delivers value every time. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring him up. He's going to present for about 20 minutes. Then we'll come on to ask some questions.
Yeah.
And I'll let you ask most of the questions since you all don't know each other. And then I'll jump in to help transition us to the next.
And I will also bookmark some questions from anyone out there that may want to have some questions. Hey, Paul.
How are you?
I am great. How are you doing?
I am doing awesome.
Excellent.
On stage. I've been on stage for the last 5 days, back to back with so many different things going on with my mastermind and our students all around the country. And so excited to be here with you guys now.
And before we back out, I just want to tell you, Paul, not only like every speaker that you're going to see, and I hope you find yourself and in, different things they're saying or showing or tools that you can use. But everybody that I bring to you, I'm telling you, I've gotten freaking fierce about who I align with and their character and what they're about in the world. So not just what they deliver, what their product is, how special or important they are, or how many wins they've had or achievements. I'm looking at what kind of father are you? What kind of parent are you? What kind of spouse are you? And you don't have to be a parent. You don't have to be a father. You don't have to, and no judgments. What I'm looking at is character. Right? So who do you say you are? And then are you in integrity? And are you living in integrity? Do you live a full, rich, meaningful life? And this man is an outrageously committed to his family, to his children, to his wife, and lives a rich life there while creating all these impacts and results around the world with his clients, and about to do that with us. And I feel so grateful and blessed to be surrounded. What happens when you stop aligning with people for the quick check, or because of what you think is going to happen next, or trying to look good or be cool, and you align with people that align with your values? Like we're all different culture. Like pick people. I mean, my man shows up totally different than I show up, and that's a good thing. So I'm not saying just hang out with people just like you, but values, those core values, that really matters. And my life is so much richer because I have chosen to surround myself that share common values. So thank you so much, Paul, for being here. And we're going to back out now.
Nice seeing you, Dora.
You too.
Oh, so I'm on. Hey, hi, guys. Yes, I could talk about family values and how to live your life for the next 20 minutes as well. And what Adora was talking about is I've got a passionate relationship with my wife for the last 36 years. And I've got 6 children, 3 sets of twins. You want to comment on that? I'm all ears. But definitely live the value. My youngest set of twins are now 21, and second set's 22, and then my oldest are 27. Actually, my second set are turning 23 now in just a couple days, and we were hanging out together while I was on stage. They were in town with me, and we got to celebrate and hang out and party together. One of the greatest things about having a business as a coach and having your own business is that you can design it on purpose with intent, which is what I teach. And what I talk about is how do you design your whole business around what you love and what you want to do? We've got so many coaches out there that love to be in the virtual world, and they'll engage and design everything that they do to be completely virtual, and so that they're able to be home and be relaxed in that environment. And some of us love to engage with people face to face, belly button to belly button, if you will. And we're able to do that also in the same industry. And it's something that I've been able to design both and engage with people both virtually as well as live and create that energy into my world. And you get to do that every step of the way with what you do. I've been an entrepreneur now for over 36 years and in multiple different industries, learning my craft. And I started off in straight commission sales in the medical field 36 years ago. And I've been now a speaker for the last 16, almost 17 years in the focus of being a coach and a trainer. And I teach people how to design their business and their life. One of the verticals that we work with are coaches, speakers, trainers. And how do you engage people for your coaching business? And there's a couple things that I want to talk about in that realm. We do live events. We do live events about 5 times a year, which are my events. And then I go on and I help others create their events as well. We've had a speaker support business for over 10 years. We also help people in designing their programs, their packages, their systems, their strategies on how to monetize, basically 10x everything that you're doing. This last event we just had, which is fairly common for us, we usually do anywhere from 30 to 50% close ratio in our events. And this last event was just in line with that. And we actually did 50% close ratio in this last event. And so you're looking to step up your game in sales and step up your game in how much you're converting. That's really key for the future of your business and your success over and above everything else. So let's get clear with that. A couple of ways to do this and to make this happen. And one of the things that I find key in your success is when you decide you're going to run a virtual event or a live event. What is your goal for the event? First thing to analyze. What's your goal? What is the purpose of having the event? Oftentimes I ask people questions about that. What is your goal? And they'll say, well, I want to share my message, or I already told them that we were going to have this event, so they bought the program that had it in. So now this is a fulfillment event to give them information. Or they said, well, someone said I had to have an event, so I'm having an event. Oftentimes in that process, they forget one really major thing. Regardless of all the other reasons to have your event, both virtual and live, The key component is to create profit, to create sales for your company. Without that, your company ends up folding. So you've got to create sales, and so often that is missed. And when we're setting out goals, a goal, to be really clear with your goal, you want it to be measurable, trackable, specific. So what is your specific goal for your event? Are you looking to make $100,000, $200,000 in sales? Maybe 1 million, 2 million? Or are you looking to make 5,000, 1,000, or just a couple dollars? You've got to decide. You want to step up your game with this. Create a specific formula for how you're concluding how much money, what your goal is for the event. And obviously, that's not the only reason you're having the event, and you're sharing the information and you're empowering people, and it's an exchange of value. Only knowing what your target is, knowing where you're headed with your whole craft is really key. The second component is that you want to have everything, and sales 101, if you will, is about having singularity of focus, which means when we lay it all out, you're driving people to one thing, not to, well, maybe this or this or this or this. And oftentimes people come into an event, virtual or live, and they are looking to, well, I don't know whether everyone is interested in this one topic, so I'm going to give them a few options. I'm not sure if everyone's going to be interested in this one sale, so I'm going to give them a few different options. In sales and in moving your coach towards your coaching program, you want one entry point, one point of sale. So you're going to drive them to one URL or one particular product, not a grouping of products or not a bunch of different options. One. Singularity of focus. The third thing is that you want your whole team or all your communication to be moving in the same direction. All these things are really key for how you run your business. So in a virtual world, all the communication coming from you, from emails or from video or from the information through the camera and on the platform of the virtual platform, it all needs to be congruent, one message. The same thing happens in live events. Everybody in your platform, everybody in your arena, all your team, all the people that are there to support you. Maybe you have volunteers, other people working the event for you. All those people are going to be with one message, all driving everybody towards one entry point. That gives a singularity of focus, so there's no confusion. When someone enters your arena, they know what the next step is in their journey. They know exactly where they're going. So absolutely join us for that. One of the things that we have, and you'll be seeing this at the bottom of the screen, is that you're going to have free consultation. And what I would recommend, and all the tools that you've been presented today, all the tools that are available to you, there's a certain amount of application that's necessary. How do you step up your game? Grab hold of all these resources. One of the key components with that whole idea of singularity of focus is, how does it all pull together? How does it all create a clarity for your business so that you can actually apply it in a format that'll drive you to the next level? The next key, and when we're talking about sales, we want everybody driving in the same direction. You want to be offering them one thing. And the other really key component, and this is true for your writing as well as for your stage presentation. And all this is about how to move your product. You want to be talking to them, and you want to be talking in a singular manner, if you will. Meaning, you want to talk to a person. You have a big audience. You might be talking to on a virtual world or a live performance and have an audience of 50, 100, 200, 500 people, maybe 1,000 people in front of you. However, what I want you to imagine is that you're talking to one person, the perfect target audience, the perfect person, in front of you, the perfect avatar, the person that epitomizes everybody and everything that you would want in your perfect customer. That's who you're talking to. And you're talking right to them and you're saying, here is what I have to offer. Here is what's available. I'm able to help you solidify your engagement with them, solidify your message, and actually craft a product and service that they will want to guide to and purchase. And so when you're talking to them, you're talking in a singular fashion versus talking to, oh, all of you, because people don't relate to that. They relate to when you're talking to them. In an audience, oftentimes people will say, I felt like you were talking right to me because I'm talking in a singular versus a plural. Just some things in guiding you along the way as to exactly how to communicate on stage. A couple of things that I want to share with you that have to do with your messaging on stage. When you're talking and you're communicating with maybe a multi-day event versus a 1 hour, and even in 1 hour, understand that there's a few things that move people to create more in your world. I've been running events for the last 16 years. I've been speaking on stage for that long as well. I've done over 250 boot camps all around the world and moved people to want to purchase in multiple different arenas. What drives people to want more? Most of the time, it's running from some of their biggest fears. And when you address some of these fears up front with your audience, it creates a movement that'll change things for you. One of the biggest fears is that they're not going to actually use what they buy. That all the products and services that you've even seen over the last 24 hours, all the products or services that you've seen as we've been talking from this platform, you know that they're all great. You know that they all could do something for you, that they could move your business, move your strategies and systems into a whole nother stratosphere. And yet you may not move towards it. You may not grab hold of it. One of the reasons is that you're concerned. You're concerned that you're not going to use it. You're concerned that you're going to spend the money and it's going to sit on a shelf somewhere. Here's what I can tell you. It's not about the money and it's not about all the motivation that we could give you. It's about your own fears that you don't live up to your own desires. One of the things that I bring to the table is that we're going to spend some time one-on-one. And it's one of the things that I offer up here, going to maverickoffer.com, is that we're able to bring you to a place where, all right, let's get real. What are you exactly doing day by day? How are you engaging with your audience? And how are you designing your package, your services to bring them to the table? And we'll talk about those things. The second level is time. You're concerned that you're not going to utilize everything that you purchase. The second thing is that you're concerned that time's moving, time's passing you by. I'm 58 now, and I've been coaching now for 16 years. The rest of the time, I know I wasn't stepping up. And even today, I continue to move the needle, continue to sharpen the axe to create more and more. Time. Are you spending your time in the highest and best use? Are you able to recognize that you're getting one step closer to the last days in your life? Yes, I said it. We all have our seconds and our minutes and our years that are passing by. Only how are you using them in your moments, in your days? Are you using them to the highest and best use? One of the things that I've helped people through is their barriers and their boundaries in crafting a better use of their time. One of the things that I offer up here is the key components on how to magically create more time in your day. We've got a book called The Maverick Time that I wrote on time management. How are you making use of all your time in your day to create more in your world? Yeah, I've jumped around and all these things are a piece of the equation, only let's get real to your bottom line. How are you crafting your packages? How are you crafting your message? And how are you designing your company to be able to go from 5-figure to 6-figure, 6-figure to 7-figure and beyond? I've been talking now on a whole bunch of aspects. Now it's a matter of pulling it all together. You want to be a coach and trainer. You want to be a coach to a specific niche market. How are you designing that package to bring it to the table to craft so much more in your life? All these are pieces of the equation that will make the difference. And let me get back to decide. You're going to have an event and you've decided that you want something from that event. Decide what numbers, decide what you're actually going to move, decide what product you're going to move to their platform, what you're going to move right to their doorstep. Only you also got to decide what's going on in your life. You got to decide what you want. Have you looked at your bigger picture? Have you looked at exactly where you want to go over the next 5 years, 10 years in your business? And reverse engineered that to, are the people that you're working with today going to move you to the time 5 years from now when you have it all? Is it all going to work? I've asked more questions than I've given you answers, I know, and that's where it begins. The second thing that happens is once you start asking these questions, you craft this and you decide what you want. So what do I want? Step by step. Second thing is, and what I found is most people say, I want to be a millionaire. I want to have all these coaching clients. I want to create all this. Challenge is that they don't commit to it, or that there's a question about your committal. Is your committal to it at a level 10? From a scale of 1 to 10, are you committed to create your millions no matter what? Most people say that they are. Most people say that they absolutely want everything in their life. And yet they don't do what it takes on a day-to-day basis, crafting the habits and behaviors to craft a whole new world. Step by step, we want to decide, we want to commit, and then we've got to believe in everything that we're doing. Welcome, Zillan. I see you're on the screen, and I want to say, how are you, sir?
I am doing great. That is incredible points that you've made. Each point can be addressed for hours, I'm sure. Before I start asking you a question, I want to encourage everyone there that's watching Paul, if they have specific questions, and the one point that Paul focused on is fear. So if you have any fear associated with your sales, bring it up on the questions, and we can ask Paul. I've got one question for you now, Paul.
Sure.
Amongst all the things that you've talked about, and purpose, singular focus, congruency, offering one thing again, that singularity of purpose again, and addressing to one person. Is there anything specific that the coaches and trainers can do that they can introduce within their sales funnel that will make it easier? Because a lot of us, sales are not our primary focus, right? Like, I have an aversion to sales. That's not something I'm good at, right? How can you make that easier? Is there something that you can introduce to make that easier?
Yes. So two things. One is, what does it mean to have an aversion to sales is the question that I would ask. And because here's the component. People say that a lot, although everything in their life is selling. They engage with a relationship with somebody else, and that's them selling their personality to the other person that's in front of them. Their best friend, their spouse, their significant others, the people that they work with, their joint venture partners, strategic partners. They've sold themselves every single day to those people. And so what you're saying is they've got an aversion to all that, and they believe that their life would be better being isolated and alone.
Well said, Paul.
So one of the things to do, and this is true with everything that you want in your life, is to recognize the words that we utilize. Recognize that we program ourselves to create certain components in our world. And when we say every day, I've got an aversion to sales, I've got an aversion to sales, I've got an aversion to sales, we create this wall that keeps us from ever engaging at the level we could. So the first thing I would recommend is to recognize you're selling all the time. Embrace it. Don't chase it from your life. The second thing is to, once you embrace it, to recognize that how does the engagement happen? You know, most engagement, and when I say engagement, think of courtship. Think of a relationship that you're building to the ultimate, well, for the ultimate connection. The first time you meet them, you're not asking them to go to bed. You're not asking them to get married. You're not even asking them to be engaged. All you're asking them for is, hey, you want to talk for another minute more than we just did?
Wait a second. I can tell, Paul, you've been married for how many years? 36?
Yeah.
Because the new dating scene, you'd be surprised how many first timer. Well,
now I will say I hear that, only I don't hear that that's how they started a 10-year, 20-year, and 30-year.
There we go. Yeah.
Connection.
You hear that on certain apps, especially, right?
That's how they start a connection that lasts a week.
Yeah.
And
you're right.
It's one of the saddest things. And if you want your business built on immediate gratification connections that don't last more than a week, then that may be the process.
There we go. That was
Otherwise,
so good to pull it together, because you have created long marital relationship, long family relationship, and sustainable customer client relationships. And so some of you are showing up like the word douchey is just coming up. Sorry, I don't have a better word. Like the people come up online and they're like, hey, do you want to see me with my shirt off? I'll leave it there. But women, you know what I'm saying, okay? And so do the guys.
So some
people are showing up that way.
When you're looking for people, when you're looking for people that you want real connection to, build it step by step. And part of that has to do with one, having a singular connection or a singular focus, like I was talking about. You know where you're moving them to. So if you're going into the dating world, for instance, or you're going to present your product, know at the end of that game, I'm presenting a specific product, and that's where I want them to be buying. That's what I want to move them to. Don't have this plethora of, oh, I've got all these different things. I don't know where to guide them. Here, they choose. No. You've got one idea. I want marriage or I want bed, but you're not going to bring them to both. You're going to give them one choice and move them to that one location.
Yeah, and that's not this show, right? That's not this show, but it's fun because it brings in, sometimes we need those other scenarios, and then we can look at, oh my gosh, yes, I'm long-term, I'm playing the long game, and you can be intentional about where you're taking them and where you hope that you will go together long-term, adding value to each other's lives, but just showing up. Yeah. So I know we've got our next speaker who I want you to meet, by the way, Paul.
I've got one real quick confidence level. Absolutely build a confidence that comes from within. We've done this with our clients that move them from zero to selling $20,000 programs within a couple months, building up their confidence. I saw that question. And to Zell's point is, today's engagement leads to tomorrow's engagement. Tomorrow will lead to the next day. Make sure you're going step by step rather than chasing to the end.
And it doesn't have to be perfect either. The encouragement is to move forward with intention and singularity, and you'll learn from that. That's the experience.
Awesome.
MaverickGolfer.com. Would love to talk to you further. We only had a short period of time here. Thank you so much, Adora. Great.
Thank you, Paul.
Phil, great seeing you. And thank you so much.
Paul, hang in the green room for like 3 minutes because I want you to see the next woman who comes up. She's making a note of your name as well because you're a good connection for each other. Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you,
Thank
darling.
you.
Really good stuff. Nice talk.
Talk to you soon. MaverickGolfer.com, guys. Come find me.
Yes. And we'll also send out the free gift after. And remember, any of the people that you're seeing, when you go to the VIP upgrade page, you can click on their image and their gifts are there as well. Right. So if you're just eager and you don't get the email fast enough, or you didn't write it down fast enough, can't find it in the chat, those of you that show up live have the top secret of the images are clickable. Z, wasn't that fun?
That was a lot of fun, actually. Had more questions, but you know what? This is what happens when we're on a live broadcast.
That's why we have it. I know. And it could go to 10 o'clock and people are mad because they were waiting in the green room. I hate cutting it off, but I got to keep it moving. Okay. So I'm going to tell you about my next guest, and Z, she might even be a great connection for you. I can't even help myself, right? When people are in my circle and I love them and I see that all of you here. So April Beach is someone that has helped clients, not only helped herself. I want to see Z now. I'm getting a little stuck there. Thanks. April has not only helped clients, but started with herself. She has one client that she helped take an 8-part communication system that was just part of the coaching curriculum the client already had, and license it to a nonprofit for $56K, then to a bank for over $1 million. And she has been able to very successfully, not just herself, but all these people like the Maverick, who has all of the sales training and personality training, people training, be able to take that content and then get it in congruence with corporations and do it in a way that you still own your work. And for me, that brings up the analogy of that's like, sorry if I offend anyone, all you Tesla drivers, striking oil in your ground, right? Or finding mineral rights or something that is in Ellie Mae, what was that show with Ellie Mae, and they're in the wheelbarrow or not a wheelbarrow. What is it? They're in like a covered wagon and they stroke. I see it. It's in black and white. But the point is that those of you that are speakers, teachers, content writers, you have processes that you're just sitting on. Pam, hello. I know you're watching. Mark, I mean, you guys have all of this content that you've already produced. Now imagine taking a little bit of time to wrap it up with April in a way that now it's being licensed, you're earning year after year. The Hillbilly Show. It's that one. What is it called? What is that Hillbilly Show?
Green Acres.
Green Acres is a place to be. Is that the one with the woman who talks to all the animals?
I believe so.
Okay, then that's good.
It's before my time, but yes.
I'm older than you, and I drink what Cher drinks. Okay, we're just gonna go with that. Okay, all right. Well, awesome. So let's bring up April Beach. So April and Paul, you're gonna meet each other. How are you, April?
Hey, April.
Hi, you guys. So great to be here. Oh, this is so fun. I've been smiling so hard, my face hurts behind the scenes, laughing at you guys.
This is what happens when you're in Adora's presence. You're always laughing.
Always. So good to be here. And hear Paul, hear everybody. It's awesome.
Yeah, so awesome. So April, I had planned that we were going to let you fly we've got about 25 minutes more. So you want to present for a while and us come on at the end. What do you prefer?
Yeah, so I think we should start out with me presenting, and then you guys pop in and ask questions. That's usually the best way to introduce what we're going to talk about. Because everybody usually, hi Brenda, hi everybody. Everybody usually has questions, and I already know what they are, of course, and so I'll talk through those. But I think it's always great to have a little give and take here as well. So thank you guys so much for having me. This is so fun, and hi everybody who's here live. I'm so glad to chat with you. My name is April Beach. I am the founder of the Sweet Life Company and the host of the Sweet Life Entrepreneur Podcast. Yes, we do have a really cool resource for you as part of this event, very special just for this event. So the link I actually put in here takes you guys right to that free resource that we have created for you. So just a little FYI. Yep, we're talking about how to actually take all of the work that you've done, even work that really isn't complete yet, and what do we do next as coaches, as consultants? You know, we have our programs, we have our trainings, we have our step-by-step processes and our methods and things that we have been creating forever. And if you guys are like me, raise your hand. You literally have piles of notebooks of different things that it's content that you want to create, trainings, outlines. And I'm very old school, so I still write everything down. I literally have piles of notebooks all over my office. And you've done this work and you've gone through launch processes. I'm sure there's bunch of amazing mentors that you follow and speakers in here talking about like how to sell your programs and how to get clients. And, you know, we were just hearing from Paul, like on sales, it's exactly, you know, what we do when we enter the space of becoming a subject matter expert to help other people. But what I want to talk to you guys today is about what happens next, what happens after that. And so I'll start out with a really, really short story. Adora kind of alluded to it. I've been coaching entrepreneurs for 27 years, and my area of specialty is actually extracting your genius out of your brain and helping you build transformational courses, programs, masterminds, VIP days, you know, any sort of transformational, what we call intellectual property that helps other people, whether it's business or individuals, get results. So my clients are, you know, consultants and sales experts, but then there are also sex coaches and parenting coaches. So, you know, any of you guys that are here, you're trying to create something or you've already created something where you're trying to help other people do good things in the world or in their business, you're my people. And that's exactly what I had been doing for years. And in 2008, I had 3 little babies, like seriously, within 4 years apart from each other, 3 boys. It was crazy pants. And I had a very successful international consulting business. And we weren't doing Zoom then. I think back in those days, it was like GoToMeeting or WebEx or something like that. That really wasn't working really that well. And I was trying to sell my courses. I had 8 online courses and, okay, great. I'll go ahead and send the new link to you guys. Thanks for letting me know it's not working. But I was trying to do the thing, right? I was on social media. I was out there. We were doing launches and I was doing interviews and I was speaking. And I remember thinking, oh my gosh, I just don't know how much longer I can do that. Was I successful? Yes. Was I making money? Yes. Was I super duper exhausted? Yes. And I wasn't sure how to actually scale that. And out of the blue, I can't take any credit, like this isn't a genius idea of mine. Out of the blue, I had a huge corporation reach out to me and ask me if they could license 8 of my courses. And first of all, I had no idea what that meant. I had to actually go and Google it. And I remember even being in that first meeting. I've never worked in a corporation a day in my life. I've been an entrepreneur my whole life. My husband and I currently own 5 companies. And it's just kind of that failing through the process. And I remember getting off the call with this corporation, and my sister was working for me at the time. We got off the call and I was like, what was that they were saying? Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? We had no idea, guys. And so if anybody can do this, I'd like, if I can do this, anybody can do this. So anyway, long story short, I ended up licensing my courses to this huge healthcare organization. And then after that, I ended up licensing my courses and trainings, and now they're licensed by other entrepreneurs and organizations in 13 countries. So what does that actually mean? What is licensing? Licensing is where we take your training, your course, training, method, process, and we allow for other companies to rent it. So I want you to swipe out the word licensing with like renting your content in your trainings. And many of you guys have probably heard of licensing, like music licensing, image licensing. What I'm talking about is different than that. The process is exactly the same, but we're talking about licensing your trainings and your programs, whether you actually have them live or they're sitting on that stack of notebooks like I have, things that you actually haven't launched yet. And that is what we are talking about. And so it's all about taking your work that you've already done and allowing other companies to distribute it. and allowing other companies to distribute it internally for their own teams, whether you are a sales trainer or a marketing trainer, maybe you're a confidence coach, maybe you help people feel great on camera, or even externally, where they will take your trainings and programs and actually add them to their current offers and what they're delivering client facing. So let's just pause here for a second. And I want you guys to think about what trainings and programs and, official courses or methods or frameworks have you created that you think other companies could benefit from? And I fell into this, but it literally changed my life. And I never looked back. I only went forward in this direction. And so what are you guys sitting on that you've created, whether you're selling or whether you're not selling it, that you think that another company could benefit from, that their staff or their team or their clients could benefit from? And I want you to think in a couple of different levels. You can think huge corporations. So let me give you some examples of this and some of the things that my clients are licensing. We have baby planning and parent coaching programs that corporations license as benefits programs, meditation, health, wellness, where they want to attract top talent. And they want your program to insert into what they're already doing to help them create great benefits for their employees. And then what do you have that could be internally? Again, communications. Adora had mentioned that. I have a client who has a program that helps employees with ADHD, with executive functioning, and we have her program entering corporations to help increase productivity. So 3 different levels. Think about big companies, internally and externally. What could they benefit from that you have already created? And when you're thinking about those big companies, if it feels a little intimidating, seriously, I had no idea what I was doing, you guys. It literally, if I can do this, anybody can do it. They are looking for programs like yours all the time. This is very common practice for larger corporations. They are used to buying other things to insert into their ecosystem because it's actually not a good business decision for them to completely create what you've already done from scratch. What are they going to do? Hire an employee to create it and try to become an expert in what you're already an expert in? They're constantly out there looking for the solutions that you have already created that they can just license or rent from you to add to what they're already doing. So level number 1 are these big corporations. But then, like Adora mentioned, also nonprofit organizations, companies that are looking to further their mission. What do you have that could maybe help an organization further their mission? Again, whether it's internally or externally. And even educational institutions. Educational institutions are always looking for great curriculum. And they are always looking for curriculum that they can up their game. So a couple examples and case studies of this is I have a client who, a few years ago, actually, she taught how to be great on camera and generate reels on Instagram. And her training was licensed by 2 different universities for their marketing department, for their marketing communication students, because universities aren't teaching how to create great reels, but their students need to know those things. And then another client actually has a mindset and neuroscience program, and that has also been licensed by 2 different universities to help with their students and actually NCAA athletes. So just to kind of take a pause, I want you guys to get super excited about what you're already building and what you're already doing in your business, that you could, in fact, keep selling it, and that we could clone it or create another version and allow for other companies to sell it. So I talked about the highest level is selling to corporations. I talked about licensing, and I use the word selling because that's what we resonate with in our mind, but we're really renting it. They don't own it. So the highest level, hi girl, the highest level.
Well, I want people to comment.
Yeah.
So use your fingers. This is one of those moments to stop and to think, because this is where what's possible actually opens, right? When we catch a vision of what's possible. Like right now, I'm in conversation about buying out a whole ship. And it caught a vision of what's possible if a bunch of us were gathered on a ship together, right? I'm only buying it out temporarily. But the point is, like, whether I do that or not, that vision wakes up the energy that will move you forward either here and actually having a licensing deal, or it'll just run by as another potential, right? So
Yep.
you work with a charity already, but they specialize in training light bulb. I think that was light bulb, which he's the one who said Beverly Hillbillies. That is the show, by the way. Hadn't thought of doing this in this way. Exactly. So I want to say, I know there's a little bit of delay, especially on the YouTube, but you guys put in some ideas. What is something that you're using right now, you're selling right now? And what April said is you could clone that and make it a little bit different, and then rent that. You like what I did there? I'm listening. Rent that to another company that, or organization or university, or maybe you aren't using it. Even
Right.
better, or not better, it's the same.
Right. And I mean, those are the things that we're always working on our content. We're always creating content. So what do you guys have that you're currently working on that another company could use and utilize? And let me go ahead and just like flip this a little bit more. If you feel a little intimidated about this, most people do. Most people feel like, gosh, I don't know if my training is great enough. I don't know if I've sold enough of it. I want to tell you the prerequisites for having a training or content to license to another company is you're good at what you do and you get people results. In the wonderful, I mean, if you're like me, the wonderful thing about licensing is you don't have to have hundreds of thousands of Instagram followers. You don't have to have a huge following. You can literally just be great at what you do and create something that gives a company results. As a matter of fact, when we talk about selling licensing programs, you don't even need to have an Instagram account. I have a client, she's actually not on social media whatsoever, but in Adora, we were talking about this. She has this amazing sex trafficking re-entry program that she is in the process of licensing. So helping victims of sex trafficking enter, and she doesn't personally spend time on social media whatsoever. And so the things that we think of when we're thinking of social media marketing, when we talk about going to this next level in licensing, you don't even have to do any of that. So you just need to have a great program that gets people results. So let's kind of talk about how to get into this. So I talked about licensing to corporations, licensing to organizations, but what about your competition? Licensing is one of the best ways where we can actually turn your competition into your clients. What do I mean by that? So those businesses that have been trying to compete with you, maybe you have a training or a program that has been going really well and people are trying to compete and you're just ready to scale. Now think about allowing your competitors to actually distribute your training or your program, and you can step up and work on that next project, write that book or start speaking on stages or create retreats or a different business model, move into that next level of your business. Licensing is the best way to turn your competition into your clients. And I want you to realize with that is we actually don't have to change the product at all. That's what's so incredible about licensing. We don't have to change it. We just have to change the buyer. So we don't change the product. We just change the buyer. And so what does this actually look like? So licensing, you can actually host it in your own online courses portal, or you can host it in your own Zoom or your own StreamYard or whatever you want to do. Or you can actually give it to companies to distribute within their own learning management system. Whatever works for you and whatever works for that company. So we can actually even move you out of the place of having to host courses. You just create them and sell them. And it's just, it's life-changing. I travel 6 months a year with my kids. I literally just landed last night at midnight and I'm flying back out on Wednesday, and I've been gone already for 4 months this year. And the reason why I can do that and just drop in and get to hang out with you cool people is because of the fact that I have licensed my trainings and programs, and companies actually line up. I only release them for 1 month a year. And they actually line up to get on a wait list to license my trainings and courses. I sell them in the month of November. I'm in and I'm out. And then I just get to work with a small group of clients privately. And so if you are here and if you are thinking about what can I do next? What can I do that is disruptive? What can I do that not everybody is doing yet? This is one of those things. and you don't have to be famous, and you don't have to have 1 million followers. You just have to have created a training program that's great, or have been in the process of creating something that you know gets people results. And there are companies literally lining up, big and small, organizations, universities, nonprofits, even the government is lining up for trainings like yours, whether they're health and wellness, whether they are helping people to be independent thinkers. Companies are looking for programs that are teaching their employees to think entrepreneurially. If you have a program that helps people think outside of the box, don't underestimate the value of that. And so let me leave you with a couple of things here, really tangible things, and we'll make sure the link is fixed for you guys, because I'm giving you, it's like a 43-minute, 3 little videos. I'm giving you an entire licensing action plan, an entire list of what the top 10 industries are looking for and buying right now in programs to get your wheels spinning. It's super cool. So as we're leaving, let me kind of think about, I want you to think about, what do I actually have? So there are 3 types of content that companies are literally out there lining up to license. The first one is content that builds our distribution channels. We kind of hit on that a little bit here. So that would be like the music I use in the beginning of my podcast, or images. And those are the smallest price tag. But companies, like, as we know, are always looking to license those. You and I probably license 1 million of those things that we use in our business all the time. The next level are programs that augment existing programs. So if you have something that you've created that might not even be a whole standalone program, but something that could, in fact, be added to another program to make it better or more complete, or if you teach people how to be confident on stage, and just the maybe the mindset and about, speaking in front of thousands of people, but another company out there teaches people how to craft their signature talks and, build, big audiences from the stage, those two go very, very well together, and they can augment their program with your expertise. And then the third thing are completes. Completes is exactly what I'm talking about here. They are full courses, full trainings, and you could also build a certification on the backside of that. Many of our clients, they will license their program to a company, and then when that company's employees complete that program, they could be certified in your methodology. So if you have a special method, if you have a special framework, it's a beautiful way to actually scale your business, create substantial financial results for your company. But the best part about that is when we create substantial results financially and in every other way for your students, that's exactly what we do with licensing. So I would love to take questions from you guys. If you have questions about this, it's always something new. I was just speaking about this on Friday. When you go in, when I come in and I talk about licensing, people are usually like, oh my gosh, why didn't I hear about this before? This is a secret weapon that I never knew about. Or they think, oh yeah, I just had somebody reach out to me on LinkedIn asking if they could bring my course or training in for their students, and I just didn't even know what to do with that. And so those are the 2 things. My purpose being here is to let you guys know that you're sitting on probably piles and years of gold that other companies are out there searching to license from you.
I want more gold than oil, actually. So I know, Z, you're going to have a question, and we've got about 5 minutes to our next speaker, but I'm just on your page, and look, the gift, licensingleader.com. April, I just posted this. It's official. My first contract was signed, registered 40 people for my program. The money is in the bank. We signed the D2 athletic department and continue to complete the licensing courses, but we are ready to serve 1,500 people in August. April is legit. Too legit to quit. So half of this stuff really comes down to you believing in you, and you taking a bet on you being bold. Is this the page we need? That's thanks, April. What page, Mark? the licensingleader.com.
Yes.
www.licensingleader.com. That has the things that she just talked about, plus the top buying industries right now, right?
Yep.
So, you know, so much of this is you just taking a leap of faith. And we've given you a lot of different places to start. The key is start with one, right? And get it down, whether it's you're going to take action here. And especially if you've already got your courses, especially if you're already out there running things and doing things, I would definitely take action. And then some of you, it's an inkling. Like you've listened to a lot of speakers and the webinar got you excited and this got you excited. But your heart's like, oh, I can see that. I could see 6 months of my life traveling. I could see not having to do the launch strategy over and over again. I can see creating it when I feel creative and then letting that work for me while I'm doing whatever's next, right? So if that's you, then take action. At the very least, collect the free gifts because you've got years of like content, you know, and strategies that you could run. You could focus, 3 months with April, 3 months, but do take action because just and do it in belief and faith, because ultimately the only real life and first life that we're accountable for is what did you do with your gifts? What did you do with your talent? How did you back your voice up? Did you make the moves, right? Did you, and it's a simple one to make. So, okay, Z, your question.
Well, it's not so much a question, but more of a comment. April, I tuned in is exactly what you were saying about corporations. So much of the corporations are looking for value add. So whoever's watching this, don't undervalue your service and what you're doing, because there is someone there looking for something unbeknownst to you. So reach out to the website, licensingleader.com, and engage with April, because I think April has a surprise for you possibly. So
it's more than a surprise. You'll be taught. When you reach out and touch faith. No, I'm just on a roll with all these songs.
Oh, you are. Oh my gosh, you guys are so awesome. Yes, exactly what both of you said, Z and Adora. Thank you so much for having me. It is about belief, and it's about knowing that I know that a few of you guys do, and everybody has different beliefs, but I believe we were given wisdom for a reason, and it's not just for us. It's for somebody else. And Ladora was talking about it with the talents. This is, if you're like me, guys, I don't want to be famous. Like I share pictures on Instagram of my kids' lacrosse games, and I just don't, right? But I believe that I was given a certain wisdom and framework for other people. And so I think there's other ways to be significant and help people than having to have millions of honestly followers. Now, would I argue with that? No, but it's just not who I am is a person. And this is a great way for those of you guys that that you have something great or you want to create something great to be significant in the lives of others. And this is a great way to start. It's kind of like being behind the scenes is the best kept secret of these amazing results. And I just will leave it with, just imagine yourself as like this rock and you drop it in this pond and there's all these ripple effects. People that you may never even know were touched because of your program or your training, or maybe they got a raise at work, or they learned how to communicate better with their spouse or whatever it was. We can truly change the world by this type of a business model. But don't be overwhelmed by it. Again, I'm a girl. I don't have a college degree. I own 5 companies. I own 2 international business consulting firms, an award-winning podcast. But I had no idea what I was doing, but I believed that I had something that was valuable. And that's what I did. And so I believe in all you guys. That's why I'm here. I know you guys can do it. So just reach down in your heart and just figure out what you have that is maybe beyond your immediate audience.
that's
so
amazing.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, April.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Meet you in person soon.
I
know. Okay, lots of love. Bye-bye. Okay, Z. So we have next someone that you'll really enjoy and you haven't met before. And I believe when we get Betsy up, we'll know if she's presenting first. I believe, Betsy, will you nod at me? You're presenting first, and then we're asking you a few questions. Great. I see her in the green room. Okay. And so she is a leadership trainer and really has led very large teams of organizations around their communication. So see another person, April, that needs to meet you. Betsy, right? Betsy, I know you were sitting back there like, I could so have my stuff in corporations. So I really do hope you go to April's site and at least get the Cliff Notes rolling. And then I'm happy to put you two in a text together. Now, as that's happening live, I want you to imagine, before I bring up Betsy, having me in your corner in a room, connecting you up like that, making sure that it gets done, and having our team there, making sure it gets done. I want to remind you that this freaking offer has gotten beyond outrageous right now. Let's go ahead and put up the Accelerate My Legacy. We haven't brought it up all day. I think it's important to do that. Yes. Which is built all around 2 days in Atlanta, August 18th and 19th, 120 people. You heard Rob Cosberg say he doesn't even like to speak, but because he doesn't like traveling, but with the right people. And he was excited. He asked me, do I get to speak there? Right? Because he knows what a legacy move it is to spend time with the Les Brown and the other people that will be there sharing the stage. We have, Bill Walsh, we have Eric Sorensen, we have, I will be there connecting you. Do you see the way I'm playing wing gal for these people? As they're like, you all need to meet each other. That's what our whole team is committed to, that you leave with collaborations, with connections. It's not just about getting in the room. It's about knowing how to utilize that room. So you're not going to leave without utilizing the room unless you stay in the bathroom the whole time or you don't show up.
And just to add to that, it's a small room as well, right? It isn't something that thousands of people. We're talking, what, 120?
Yeah, 120 max. That's staff included. Cleona of the Napoleon Hill Foundation yesterday of the Institute said she is coming strong. She'll be presenting. She will be bringing lots of the leaders. They're all people that were high level at Bob Proctor before they moved to the coaching division of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. You are going to be with Sherry Whitfield from the Real Housewives of Atlanta, who's gone on to have her own show and about real estate on Atlanta. I mean, you're just Rob. There are people, Livia, UFC branding mogul, the peaceful billionaire, Courtney Murray, Carlotta, showing you how to buy businesses. And so that is the base. All right. After this event, you won't be able to get into the event for less than $1,000, but you get 2 tickets to this event. You're going to get 5 days of my monthly, it's once a month over, connecting you up. 2 tickets to Vegas. Paul Mitchell will be there. And this stuff I'm nervous to tell you because some of you will be like, but can I travel to all that? Forget that. Remember, less is the main thing. You could sell these tickets. You have to buy them $1,000 each. You get to go be with me and my business mentor in Austin for 3 days where we look at mindset and we work out the money strategies. 100K in 100 days. You get Rob Cosberg's method for getting on PR. We still have, I think, 5 tickets to this in Dallas. It's only for the first 10 who purchase. I'll be there. Brendan Burchard, Gary Brecka, Randy Garn, Vic Keller, Ken Jocelyn, right here in Dallas, Texas. This is all bonus. All right. It's just bonus. You get your name on a shirt, a hoodie, and a poster standing for the cause, because remember, a third of all of this goes to fund a shelter in Albuquerque, New Mexico that rehabs children and intercepts children from child trafficking. Yes, you can sign up for it after today, but Brenda, only if you message me because I know your soul is calling. You've been asking so many great questions. You belong with us.
Yes.
It's $2,500. All right. 25, like that is freaking crazy, outrageous. And you're never going to see this offer again. I know people say stuff like that, but you truly are never going to see it again because we the team that put it together, we're playing for contribution, and we're playing from the place of how do we hook you up, hook them up, hook them up, hook them up, make it an offer so crazy and make sure you're safe. Like, you will be surrounded if you do go to those events virtually or in person, or even if you just attend the first one and then you sell other tickets, the other ones off to cover. But if you did make your way to all of them, you are going to be so connected that you won't even recognize yourself, with ideas, access, strategies that we actually implement and move. So let's make sure it's in the link, www.acceleratemylegacy.com. The first one to buy is going to get that $100 certificate of the I Am clothing. All right. So now we're bringing up Betsy. Our leader, who is Z. I'll let you ask Betsy questions at the end if we have enough time.
Absolutely.
But Betsy, I know that you have been teaching people how to lead, communication. You go into organizations. You've led a huge team, and Mary Kay was your start, but you're passionate about how all of this happens. So we're excited because once you start growing, there is no growth without people and being able to communicate well. And so we're going to let you take the stage now. Okay. And thank you so much.
Thanks, Adora. And nice to meet you, Z. And I will be calling April. So how exciting to be able to share today. And I appreciate all of you coming in. Yes, I have led a sales force of almost 300 people and a group of leaders with their sales forces of almost 1,000. And so through those years of doing that, I learned so much about leadership, team development, and what it takes to communicate to get everybody rowing in the same direction. And I've learned that it's important to, as a boss, to make sure that everybody knows you care, to make sure that they know where their place is. They want to see a big picture of what's going to happen for the company. They need to look out and know that you have a 10-year plan, a 3-year plan, and that you have quarterly goals and what is their part in all of that. So these are real important things I've learned, and I work with teams to develop them so that they communicate well, they're more efficient and effective, and drama is diminished, which is so very important. And it does stem from the leader. And my background, again, I've made some changes and went from a high level career into another career, branding myself and making sure that I went where I felt called to go, because there was a point when I came to my career with Mary Kay that I said, am I supposed to be a national sales director? And I wasn't. And so I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do then? And I knew what I was supposed to do after really prayerfully searching that and discerning. And that was to be a business consultant. And so I've been able to do that and really support small businesses, 250 employees or less, in growing their businesses, anywhere from a solopreneur all the way up to 250. So I do have some things I want to share with you that were really powerfully helpful to me as I grew my business. And they come from a book called The One Thing, written by Gary Keller, who built Keller Williams, a real estate business, huge. And I think they are so important in this. So when you're taking notes, there are 4 steps. Well, there are 4 thieves to productivity. And I'm going to share those 4 thieves with you, because we do want to be productive. The only way we change lives is to be the best version of ourselves. And to be the best version of ourselves is to figure out what it takes for us to get to the next level in productivity in all areas of our life. I was talking to a group, some of my clients, that were talking about not having a money goal. And I said, you have to have a money goal, because the only way you can help people, they're a nonprofit, only way you can help people is to know how much money you want to get, so you can know what projects you can do and plan out what projects you want to do. That tells you, okay, this is the amount of money we need to make those projects work. And you want to do everything in your power to really make sure that you're not stealing from your productivity. And the first one is the inability to say no. You know, I can remember reading about Steve Jobs and how he said, you know, he knew how to say no. When people come to you and ask you for this or ask you for that, you have to ask yourself before replying, yes, I'll do that for you. And then getting mad and frustrated at yourself because you told them yes when you didn't really want to, or blaming them for asking you because you really didn't want to do that. And you said yes. It's really your fault though that you said yes. The main thing is to say something like, you know, let me get back with you on that. Unless you know for sure that the answer is no, I'm not going to do that. And to think about it and decide, is it going to bring me joy? Is it what I'm supposed to do when people ask me? Whether it's to bake cupcakes or to be on the stage with Les Brown, you know, what am I supposed to do? To think about it and work through it and then say your answer and with no guilt. So that's very important. I think a lot, especially women, tend to be more people pleasing, and that can cause you to say yes to too many things. But you know, if we don't take care of ourselves physically, emotionally, and spiritually, we cannot take care of other people. And so we have to take care of ourselves. I went to a stress management course Friday in Baton Rouge. I'm from Louisiana, and it was beautiful because it's going to help me more with my stress level, which I don't have as much as I did in my quote unquote driven days. But I can help so many more clients with that because I can bring that to the table for them in their stressful situation. The second thief of productivity is the fear of chaos. When you strive for greatness, chaos is guaranteed. Chaos is guaranteed. So, and Gary Keller said this in his book, you have to be able to put things aside, not see all of the clutter, and do what you need to do. The one thing you need to do that day to make it happen. I can remember the one thing for a long time for me was 56 phone calls a day. And I knew with 56 phone calls, 10 people would agree to meet with me. And out of those 10, 4 would actually meet with me and 2 would actually join the company. So if you know your numbers, that's important. But it can get chaotic when you start to grow. And it's important to have an assistant too, but to schedule your time if you cannot work in chaos. We all have our limits, but to get used to it. But if there are certain limits you have, which I did, I can tell you to use the black bag concept, which you put everything in your office in a black bag that you haven't used or touched or have just been fumbling around with and haven't done anything with for 6 months. Put it in a black bag, put it in a closet for 6 months and get rid of the clutter so you could think. Of course, I do want to quote, let's see, it's from Albert Einstein. He said, if a cluttered desk is a sign of a cluttered mind, then what is an empty desk the sign of? So, you know, in chaos, you're going to be able to leap and bound if you learn to do that and just take it and put it in a black bag. There are also times when you need to stop and organize, to schedule a day. Every Friday is my day for 2 hours that I don't take any calls, don't take any emails, and I just organize myself for the next week and for the next month, the next quarter, whatever it is that I'm doing. Some people take it once a day for 30 minutes. Some people it's once a month for 4 hours, whatever it takes, but to schedule that time and make it sacred. I mean, people might call me and say, hey, I want to meet with you on Friday from 8 to 10. I'm like, oh, I have an appointment. And it's with me. That's who I have the appointment with, because I know how important it is to meet with myself and get myself organized and adjusted and getting clarity as to what I want to do. The third thief of productivity happens to be poor health habits. And we're not just talking about physical, we're talking about mental, we're talking about emotional, we're talking about financial, we're talking about spiritual, we're talking about all of the different areas. I totally believe in ontologically taking care of myself, going into every area and make sure that I have a mentor in that area and that I am taking care of myself. You know, when I'd go on the top director trips with Mary Kay, we traveled the world. It was a beautiful time in my life. Every single day, at any time on the ship, if we were on a ship, or at the 5-star hotel, 6-star hotel, that means the little hostess comes in and gets your shoes all organized and your toothbrush back in place. You would always find one of the top leaders either walking or exercising or taking time for meditation, choosing what they ate. We were all in tune with what was best for ourselves, to be the best version of ourselves. Now, I'm not talking 100%. You know, if you hit 80%, you're doing good. If you hit 80% of, you know, trying to eat right and trying to spend time with your creator in prayer, to really try to get help when you need help emotionally through counseling, whatever it is, to take the time out for you, because poor health habits will steal you from being the best you can be and your productivity being high. The fourth is the environment doesn't support your goals. The environment doesn't support your goals. You know, one person in an office can mess up the whole show. It's called the crab mentality. When there are people that want to go down, they don't want you to go anywhere. They don't want you to be successful. They are pulling people down. As leaders, we need to be real in tune with these people that are pulling everybody down. They're not good for our culture. And you also have to remember that, you know, the environment needs to be good. In fact, my office right now is a very small office. And so above my computer, I had my friend and client, who's an artist, take a piece of wood window from Katrina. When that hurricane happened, there was a bunch of wood that was swept up and all. He took that and he painted a beautiful swamp scene, just like the swamps around where I live. And so when I'm in this small office sometimes and have the door closed, as I do now, I can look above my computer and see that beautiful swamp scene and feel like I am outside. So it gives me a good environment. I can remember that when I'd walk in, I had 3 kids in 3.5 years. At one stage in my life, I can remember seeing my husband look out the window and said, "Did you make your calls?" I was in my car in the driveway, and he wouldn't let me come in because he knew the environment at my home was crazy, with 3 kids under the age of 10 at the time or whatever. And so we made sure that I got my calls done. I'd be sitting in the air conditioner in my car in 100 degrees, which it is over here right now, and getting my work done, because that environment in my car was a good environment for me, not in my home at the time. Now, I did have an office in my home, but still, when the kids are little, it's harder to do that. So it's important to take note of these things. What are you doing or not doing that needs to be changed to make sure that your productivity is up? And taking the time to look at that. I think as leaders, as most of us are visionaries, we're creating all the time. We're all excited about things. We have so many ideas. We want everybody to share in them. We want to give. But to give better and to give more complete and to give more authentically and more clear, it's important for us to take time for ourselves and see where we are and where we can grow. I suggest, you know, taking these 4, you know, the inability to say no, fear of chaos, poor health habits, environment doesn't support your goals, and just make a list of those and put a plus, which means 80% I'm good in that area, a plus minus 50% I'm good, and a minus 20%. And see about those 50% and those 20% and take one at a time, just one at a time, that can help you change yourself so you can change the trajectory of your business. And then after you get that one done, then take another one, because a confused mind does nothing. Like, for instance, all these wonderful people you're listening to that we've all had the honor to be on these podcasts and videos and all, it can be overwhelming. And just to take the time to listen to them again and pull what works for you, just take what you need and leave the rest. It's okay. Find out what's best for you to take home and go home with, and put it into action one at a time, just one at a time. Aurora, Adora, that's what I wanted to share today. And if you have any questions, or anybody else does, I'll be glad to answer anything at this time.
So I will. That was insightful, Betsy. That was very insightful. I have a question actually, but I encourage anyone else watching, just put your questions in the comment section, and I'll address them with Betsy as well. I mean, just the first point, saying no, gives you lots of time, and a lot of us in the giving field, because we always we always want to say yes, right? We have a hard time on that. But I want to focus on the environment doesn't support your goals. Brings to mind a quote that I have, or I have heard of, where it says, "Go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated." And it's in the same principle. So what's been your experience, Betsy? How does one work on that? How does one come around that and get more insightful and get very direct on how to deal with that?
How to deal exactly
with the environment doesn't support your goals? Because for me, when I encounter that, I keep moving, I keep going. I'll change them around. There's, they just haven't heard me, and maybe that's just, not well spent time in that particular area.
I think that a lot of times when we are beginning our businesses, we will go into anything just because we need to, and that's okay, to grab at anything and be in any place. But as you become more intuitive to the needs of people and who you think you can rock and who you think will rock you, then to know that and step back and think about it before you make the move. It's all a matter of being in tune with yourself and the vibes around you. And you can't do that unless you're being mindful, unless you're being present, which is not easy. I mean, we have so many distractions, but to remember that is to be mindful and as present as you can to what's going on inside of you in this situation, or this one that was asked for. I was asked to be a presenter for this group. And as I started looking at who was going to be there and what was going to happen, I thought, you know what? I don't think I'm a good match for this. And even though they begged me, I'm like, you know what? It's not going to be good. And then 3 months down the road, I spoke with the leader and she said, you were right. We were not ready for that. We'll probably be ready in a year for what we wanted you to talk about.
And that takes a lot of courage. I mean, that takes a lot of awareness, as you said, to even come to that point. Sunday Miller asked, do you equate chaos with increased responsibility and or accountability?
Well, that's a great question. It depends on who you are. Because, some of us, if you're being held accountable, that's the most important thing. I mean, I believe I'm a business mentor. I'm a leadership coach. I hold people accountable, but you better believe I have somebody holding me accountable. And so no matter what's happening, I know that this is what I need to get done to report in on Fridays to my business mentor. And so it doesn't matter if it's chaotic or not for the week. That's the most important thing. And that's what Gary Keller talks about, is that one thing. So chaos looks different for other people, but it's to be able to put that aside. for instance, I have a friend that in Mary Kay, to sell $1 million, you and your team to sell $1 million in 1 year of Mary Kay, that's a lot of makeup.
Yeah.
And she was so focused. There were boxes coming in. I went to her house. She was in San Diego, and I flew in after, and there were boxes and papers all over the place. It was a mess. The food was gross and everything. It was the day after this. For 3 months, she had lost her assistant, and was darn determined to hit this goal. So she had chaos all around, but she hit the goal. And you know what? The other stuff really didn't matter, because she could do that anytime. She did what was most important.
And Brenda said some people thrive on that chaos. It is that discipline associated with hitting that mark. Absolutely. Now, do you consider chaos as part of, you're doing some things right, so it's part of the growth edge, it's part of your growth, so that comes part and parcel of really traversing through that?
It can be. It surely can be. In fact, I use the words all the time: get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yes.
If you're going to grow, it's going to be uncomfortable. You're going to have some things that you don't understand, that you don't like, that you tend to procrastinate at. But to grow past that, so that your comfort zone gets bigger and bigger, and you keep stepping out further and further. So yeah, I would say if you're going to grow, it's going to get chaotic at times.
And it becomes more comfortable in the awkwardness, if that's possible.
Yeah, it does. You're right, Z.
Fantastic, fantastic. Anyone else have any other questions as we wait for our next guest, Ray Perez?
Actually, that was really awesome. Betsy, thank you for giving, and Z for being a great host and asking some questions. The chaos, yeah, it can hurt sometimes, just like a good workout in the gym will be, will have you a little sore and can be challenging. But I loved what you said about being willing to say no. And Z went in on that, because often givers and empaths and people, we want to keep, but what else can I give? What else is possible? And I think there are seasons, I went through seasons of getting really rigorous with my no. And then I went through seasons of, all right, I have to open my heart and see that I can say yes to more people. How? And I think it kind of ebbs and flows, but even in that season, of opening my heart, I still had a very high standard of what gets to get through and holding the no. So I think you grow a muscle with being able to, protect your time, your energy, and with every no, every yes that we say millions of no's,
Yeah, and it's for the greater good, to have the boundaries in the right place, so that you accept and do what you feel you're called to do at the greatest level.
So can you tell, we've got 1 minute before we bring Ray up. Can you tell, I know 10 people will get an opportunity with you. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. I'm so excited about that. They can go to Betsy. Well, they can email me at betsycrichard.com, betsycrichard@gmail.com, or go to www.betsyc, and it's Richard. We call it Richard down here, but it's Richard, betsycrichard.com, and you can just go in the contact and say, hey, I'm one of the people that was on Adora's events, and I want to get a free session with you. It can be either business, spiritual, or a mix. And I would love to meet new people and support them, And so is that good, Adora? Is there anything?
That's perfect. And it's for the first 10. So if you don't know how to spell my name, you can say Uprise event, Adora's event, the leadership, whatever. Just give her a clue as where this is coming from, and let her know that you'd like a session. This can be business, leadership, strategy, spiritual, any of that, which I know we have a lot of spiritually driven entrepreneurs here, because I intentionally focus in on you guys, because I love people. I love people in general. But people that are driven, knowing that they have a higher design, a higher calling, and aligning themselves, we tend to filter all the things we do through that grander purpose. And I love getting behind you. So thank you so much, Betsy, for
Thank you,
your
Betsy.
energy.
Thank you. And thank you all for supporting the eradication of human trafficking. Appreciate it all.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, Z, great.
Fantastic.
So,
Yeah.
yes, so
Oh, good.
yeah, we've got to rely, we're blessed to rely on our team right now to play a video before we bring up our next guest. So team, we're not going to touch the dials. And
there you go.
His ability to see what's special about you and to be enthusiastic about that and really get you to share that enthusiasm and be excited about your new branding.
And the community that he's created has been really cool. So I've been able to learn a lot of best practices.
The great benefit about working with Ray Perez is that he's going to drive your brand. When he drives your 360 brand, it's going to be a simplistic way to streamline and to organize your message.
The easiest thing about referring Ray is that he has a system and he's going to help people become better. I watch him do it all the time.
The biggest benefit of working with Ray is that he gives you an identity. He gives you a branding that matches with who you are in the world, who you can be in the world.
It's not about do you need to wear a suit, how do you want to make value in the world? Don't try to get different. Making me feel like, and you need to celebrate, because if you don't, then what's the point of working so hard?
All right, what's going on, everyone? How we doing today? Thank you, Adora. Thank you, Z. I appreciate you guys. I'm super excited to be coming live with you in this event. And if you are watching live right now, I'd love to see some comments in the chat. Say hello to me so I can say what's up to everybody. I do see Brenda. I see Pam. I see Mark, a couple other people in there. So say hello. Let me know what's going on. Where are you at? Where are you watching from in the world? I know we're broadcasting all over, and I'm really just happy to be here. So I see Brenda. I see Pam. Let's see who else we got going on. And today I'm going to be talking about a little bit about the power of personal branding and how you can leverage this in your business, in your life, in your church, in your family, and everything that you do in the world. Because in the end of the day, everything has to do with relationships. It has to do with how we connect with others. And who we're being in the world allows people to be attracted to us and connect with us and share us and want to share our message with others. And a lot has to do with your personal brand. And one of the best quotes that I love is from Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon. And he says, personal branding is what people say about you when you're not in the room. And I really want you to think about that for a moment, because the question is, what are they saying? Or are they even saying anything about you when you're not in the room, right? And this is something that I've really been diving into for many, many years as a speaker, as an author, as a consultant, as a coach, as a mentor to thousands of entrepreneurs. I've been on my own personal journey of building my personal brand and being able to connect with more people. And the one thing I can share with you is that it makes a big difference for you when you have a strong personal brand. And I'll kind of share in just a moment a little bit more about that, but I want to say hello to some people. So I see Etta, how you doing? I see Camelia Joseph, what's up? Mwah. How you doing, my love? Coming from Houston, Texas. Let's see who else we got. We got Anastoria in Long Island, New York. What's up? I'm coming from Miami, Florida. If you didn't recognize this beautiful skyline, I'm in downtown Brickell. I'm actually in the tallest building in all of Florida. It's called the Panorama Tower, if you want to Google it. And I'm on the 76th floor. There's 9 stories above me. It's 85 stories. And we are the tallest building, residential building on the East Coast of the United States as well. So it's really cool, epic view from here. So if you're ever in Miami, stop by, check me out, and see the best view in the city. So let me see. We got Sunday in Halifax, Canada. My Canadians in the house. We got Pam again. All right. So if you're just joining us right now, drop in the chat. Let me know what city you're watching from. Drop a hello so I can welcome you. I love to interact with my audience. I'm a very interactive speaker, and I like to have fun. So I hope we can have some fun today. Okay. So one of the things that I love to share when it comes to personal branding is how you can utilize it for yourself, your business, and everything you do. One of the biggest benefits of building a strong personal brand is the impact that you can make in the world. And I know sometimes we don't really think about that. We think like, oh, I want to be behind my business. I don't want to be the person in front, or I don't want to be in the limelight. I don't want to be on all the flyers and the banners and all the videos and all that kind of stuff. But I want you to consider this. If you've ever felt like that, if you felt like, look, I just want to be behind my business, let my team run everything, have happy customers, and I don't want to be in front of if that's you, and if that's you, drop it in the chat so I know who I'm talking to. But if you've ever felt that way, I don't want to be on social media, I don't want to be in the limelight, I get it. I was just like you. And sometimes I still feel that way. But here's what I realized. Your life in your business is like a movie, right? And you are the main actor or actress in your movie, right? You play the big role. And if we were going to promote and market a movie to get more viewership, because let's be honest, we're all looking for more exposure. This is my sign for exposure, right? We're all looking for more exposure, for more eyeballs to be in front of more people. Well, you got to promote that movie, right? And what would you do if you were promoting a movie, right? You would have movie posters, you'd have previews, you have billboards, you'd have interviews, you'd be literally putting out all of this marketing and branding content to promote the movie. And who would most likely be on all of these advertisements? Who would be on the banners? Who would be on the billboards? Who would be in the previews? The main actor or actress, right? Because that's who people are coming to see. So when you start to consider your business as a movie and you start to ask yourself, how am I promoting my movie? And am I embodying that fullness of being the number one attraction to the movie? Then you really get to know if you're doing really good personal branding or not. Because in the end of the day, people buy products and services, but they really buy you first. Especially if you're a coach or do any type of coaching, or if you're a consultant or a mentor, or you give any type of advice or information. Doesn't matter what industry, doesn't matter what niche. If you're giving advice or feedback and people are paying you for your knowledge, they're really buying you before they buy your product or service. Just know this, right? And some of you do. Some of you are like, yeah, I get it. But sometimes we just focus on promoting our business and our services and our website. And we're not really focusing on building ourselves. Or more importantly, building the value of ourselves in the world. And to be even more specific, the perception of value of yourself in the world. Because there is a difference between actual value and perception of value. And if I were to ask, which one do you think when it comes to marketing and sales, or more importantly, lead generation and sales, right? Because those are the two things that we all need in our businesses. More leads, more sales. If I were to ask you, which one do you feel is more important? Real actual value or perception of value when it comes to lead generation and sales? Which one do you think would be most important? And you can drop it in the chat if you're listening right now, if you're on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, or any of the streaming channels that we're on right now. And the answer is the perception of value. The perception of value is actually more important when it comes to lead generation and sales than the actual value, because people make a buying decision based on what they see, hear, and read about you or your product or service. They don't actually know what the experience is like when they purchase it. All they know is what they believe the benefits are. So when a buying decision is made, it is not based on the actual value. It is based on the perception of value. Now, this is something very important for you to consider, right? Because I know you're working on providing and delivering great value to your customers and your clients. And I know most of you thrive and strive to bring the best value. But I don't want you to forget something. It's actually more important to focus on the perception of value even more than the actual value itself. Now, I'm not going to tell or teach you how to create value in your business, because that's what you're an expert in, right? And I assume the fact that you're here, you're already doing that. What I am going to share with you is how to create more effective perception of value and what it is that you do so you can attract a greater audience to your products, to your services. So number one, more people want to buy from you. Number two, more people want to pay you more money. How would you like to get paid more for the same exact thing you're doing already? That is so possible when you increase your perception of value. And third, don't you want more people to share who you are and share your message with others? Well, when you have a high perception of value, that's exactly what happens. More people want to introduce you. More people want to share you. Not only because they like, know, and trust you and they become your raving fans and they become your tribe, but consider this. If you got to meet Tony Robbins, would you share it with your friends or would you keep it to yourself? And the reality is we'd all share it with our friends. We'd post it on Facebook. We put it on Instagram. We put it on Linktree. Where we put everywhere we've been telling people that we met Tony Robbins. Why? Ask yourself the question, why? And the answer is really simple. Because it makes us look good. And as human beings, we are all egocentric. We are all tuned into the station, WIFM. What's in it for me? And once you can understand that the entire world and every human being on this planet is interested in what's in it for them, and you're interested in what's in it for you, then you start to shift what you do. And you start to ask yourself, what could I do that increases my value for them so that my audience would want to introduce me to more people, would want to share who I am, my message, and what I'm doing in the world with more of their audience, because I make them look good. Someone who's done a really great job at this in the last several years is Grant Cardone. Grant Cardone, I would say about 6 or 7 years ago, he was in car sales. He was the trainer for dealerships to come in and train their salespeople how to sell more cars. And then he got into social media and he got into getting more exposure on who he is and what he does. And little by little, he grew and grew and grew until he did this big 10X conference. And now he'll even share it. His number one asset is his personal brand. His personal brand is more valuable than any piece of real estate because he can leverage that personal brand, which he is, by the way, and he can connect with someone who has a great product, a great service, does not have the brand awareness that he does. He can take that person's business, put it in front of his audience, maximize the exposure to that product or service, and sell thousands or millions of dollars. And then what he does is takes a large percentage of that company. And now Cardone Ventures, which is separate than the real estate and separate than 10X and separate to everything he's doing, is basically based on leveraging his personal brand to acquire large percentages of other people's businesses, which obviously he will increase the revenue. And, making 40% of a larger pie is sometimes better than making 100% of a smaller pie, right? So it depends where you're at in your business, if it makes sense or not. But he's taking 40, 50, 60, 70% of people's businesses because he's leveraging his personal brand. And this is something that I've seen several business people who have experienced this exposure of their personal brand in the world. doing consistently, such as one of my good friends actually is Kevin Harrington, one of the original sharks from Shark Tank. You might have seen him in some of my videos. And Kevin used to be the guy behind the scenes. He was the person who launched As Seen on TV. Not sure if you remember As Seen on TV, but that was Kevin. Kevin Harrington launched that. And he actually, one of his most successful As Seen on TVs was the Gazelle. Tony Little, the big muscle guy with the long hair, and he'd be on the Gazelle going like this, right? That machine, that workout machine, sold millions and millions of dollars. And Kevin did really well. He made a lot of money off of that, but nowhere close to Tony Little, who was the person who was the face of the Gazelle. His personal brand, right? His fitness background and who he was sold that workout machine. And he made millions and millions of dollars. Another product that leveraged a person's personal brand on TV is the George Foreman grill. How many of us know the George Foreman grill or have a George Foreman grill, right? And they sold millions and millions of dollars of a cooking device from a former heavyweight champion boxer. So if that doesn't tell you how companies leverage personal brands to sell more, I don't know what does. But here's my favorite. This is my favorite from all time. Nike. Nike is the most recognized brand in the entire planet. That swoosh is more recognizable than Coca-Cola. But guess, what would you say is the best-selling Nike of all time? What would you think it is? Majority of people say the Jordans, the Michael Jordans, the Air Jordans. No one ever says the word Nike. No one's ever said the Nike Jordans. So how does the most recognized brand on the planet have a personal brand sell more shoes than anything else? And the reason why is this. We are human beings. Emphasis on the word being. We are of spirit. We are energy. We can feel someone. I got a good feeling about this person. I'm really attracted to this person. I got a good vibe, right? Vibration of this person. It's all energy. And when you focus on leveraging your personal brand, you can actually leverage the energy that you can put out into the universe, and you can connect with other people, right? From our heart. Our heart energy is vibrating, right? There's a vibrational frequency coming from our heart, and people can feel you, especially when you really care. And I share this because a lot of my clients and people that I speak with, entrepreneurs all over the world, are like, I don't want to be the face of my business. And I understand why, because they're not egocentric. They're more humble, and they don't want to be in front of the cameras. But here's my perspective shift that I'm going to consider. I'm going to invite you to consider reframing. Instead of saying, I don't want to be in front of the camera, I don't want to be the face, I want you to consider asking yourself this. How much of a difference do you want to make in the world? How much of an impact would you like to have? Not just how much money you want to make. Because the more you're committed to the cause, you'll start to realize that you put the spotlight on yourself for others, not for you. You do it because people will listen to people they like, know, and trust. They will follow people who have authority. They will share the message of those who step out in the spotlight. And through that, you have the power to make a greater impact. You have the power to make a greater difference in the world. I have a nonprofit organization that I started called Influence with Love. And we support underprivileged youth. We teach them entrepreneurship skills. We coach and we mentor them. We don't just operate here in the United States. We work with orphanages and children's homes all over the world. We've been in Dominican Republic, Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala, you name it. And we're always supporting other organizations here locally in Miami and all over the country. And the reason I called it Influence with Love is because I personally have been called an influencer when it comes to business and growth and personal branding. If you Google global branding expert, which is like right down here, you will find my face pop up in page 1 and page 2 of Google. And there's no SEO, there's no tricks behind. It's just I've been focused on building my personal brand for the last half a decade. And when I say half a decade, I've been doing this for 15 plus years. I've only focused on my personal brand in the last 5 to 6 years because I didn't know this information previously. And that's how I became the #1 global branding expert on the planet. And because of being known as an influencer and someone who can influence people, I want to influence people with love. That's how I want to influence people. That's how I want to make a difference. And I want to use that influence for good. And I've realized the more that I elevate my personal brand, the more that I allow people to connect with me through my videos, through my marketing, through my branding, the more I put the spotlight on myself, the greater impact I get to make. And I can't tell you the feeling that gives me of accomplishment, of purpose. You know, there is no amount of money, there is no nice clothes, penthouse apartment, fancy cars that gives you the type of fulfillment of serving other people. And when you commit to that level of service to others, then you step out of your comfort zone and you do things that you're not really comfortable doing. And you put that spotlight and you work on your personal brand. And my encouragement and my challenge to everyone who's listening now live and post video is to consider stepping out and building your personal brand so that you can make a greater impact in the world.
So good, Ray. Very, all of it's mind blowing for me right now. Some of it seems simple, but most of it is just incredible. I want to ask you a question regarding strong personal brand. Some of us haven't even thought about that whatsoever, because as you said at the beginning, we're focused on giving our products, our methods, all of that. So how can people start thinking about the coaches, the trainers on here? How can we start thinking, what can we do to start developing that strong personal brand?
Well, there's an entire process that I've created to teach people how to build their brand identity. And it's called the 3 V's: your visual identity, your verbal identity, and your value identity. These are the 3 V's. This is how you build a personal brand.
Okay,
now,
sorry, repeat that again.
Visual identity,
yeah,
verbal identity, and value identity. Visual is what you look like, your appearance, your brand colors, the consistency and what people are seeing. Verbal is what you're using in your language, your expert title, your unique selling proposition, your credibility bio. And value is what you stand for.
Yeah.
Your mission, your purpose, your cause, what you're really trying to do in the world besides make money. And what I'll do is, for those that are listening, because obviously I have limited time on this presentation, I'm happy to gift everyone who's watching this right now an entire presentation where I break down the 3 V's and how you can build your own personal brand. And I'll gladly send that to everyone that's watching. We can probably drop in the chat my 360 site, which is rayperez360.com. Once you go there, there's a contact button in the top right. If you click the contact button, you can send me a text, and just text me your full name and your best email and let me know that you heard me on this stream and ask for the 3 V's, and I'll send that training to everybody who's listening right now.
I was dropping it in the other thing. So are you in Sunny Isles or Fort Lauderdale? Yeah.
I'm in Brickell. I'm in downtown Miami, Brickell.
I recognize the buildings. I used to live in Sunny Isles, and that also kind of looked like the view when you're right in the cove where you can see behind you what is it called? It's not the ocean, but not just this. Thank you, skyline. No, I mean the water. There's
the bay.
The bay. Yeah, there's a part in Sunny Isles where the ocean is the front view, and then behind you is not ocean.
I can see that from my other from my other room, I can see Sunny Isles from my balcony. That's how high I am.
Yeah,
Even though
that's
I'm
so
downtown.
cool. That's so cool. So you're going to check out rayperez360.com and you can hit contact. You'll find all of his links there. You'll find also he's going to send this gift to you where you can really dive deeper in your personal branding. I love that visual identity, verbal identity, value identity. And I also love that you lead with contribution. That was one of the places that we really connected. I know we've met in a few different places. In person was with David Fagan at that event in Vegas. But one of the things that stands out is, okay, what are you doing to make the world a better place? And so you're going to find that again and again, that people who lead with heart, even when you see at first the flashy website and that amazing video and the cars and the haircut and all that stuff, that what it's all driven by is contribution and heart. And you've done that really well. I love your commitment to helping entrepreneurs show up powerfully. My team was in the back, Jane, going, I want a video like that for you. And I'm like, I know, Ray and I are already talking about it. So she was like, I'm reading your mind. I'm like, she's amazing. It's great what happens when you've got a good team around you. So Ray, thank you for your contribution.
Thank you so much, Ray.
Yes, and we'll be connecting soon.
Thank you both. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of the event. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. The big takeaways there, Z. What do you want to share?
The personal brand, the things that you can do already, small things, and build on them consistently will enhance your commitment in what you're giving. It would create a synergy in what you're providing. So great advice from Ray.
Yeah. And so everybody here, we've had another full day, and some of you have been with us all 5 days, which we love you. You're our tribe. Brenda, you're one of those. And Etta,
Yes.
you've been in and out. I want to hear like your big takeaways from today, from the whole event. And we've got one of my newly adopted mentors coming. She's in the background now. Yay, adopted or yeah, whether she likes it or not. Whether she likes it or not, I'm claiming her. Okay, I see you in the green room. Okay, Ray confirmed that you're on. Yeah, that you are your brand. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we're communicating all the time. So, all right. So I'm excited to bring you our final speaker for today that we're going to get to ask some questions. I'll keep you up so you can ask some questions. I want to give a little backstory of where I met her, but first let me take a drink of water. This is live, and hydration is an important thing. Paramount, yes. So some of you have met Shanda. You met Ken Jocelyn. Okay. So speaking of connections, so Ken Jocelyn had an event, and his event was happening. So I met him at Dennis Waitley's event that I put on in La Jolla. Dennis is a mentor of mine. He was on the board of psychology for the U.S. Olympics. He worked with Jonas Salk, was his original, Earl Nightingale was his original mentor. He's an incredible man. And when I was in Puerto Rico, I met, I already knew Shanda, but I met Brent Gove, Brent Gove is a major real estate guy. And at 18, Dennis Waitley was the first book that he read. So he's like, take a picture, tell this guy, he changed my life. So we do an event in La Jolla with Brent and a handful of people. Ken Jocelyn is one of those people, which you guys met Ken Jocelyn. I'm going to read Brenda in a moment. So then Ken Jocelyn, and I bring Rick, who has, he does the CBD line for Mike Tyson. He does anything, and he's behind a lot of products, 30 products for longevity. He's really geeks out on nootropics, and he has a drink called Brain IQ. And I have an equity partnership in that. And so I start thinking, okay, Ken, you have this event. I have a surgery going at that event. I can't be there, but do you want the drink? Brain IQ there. So Rick goes, he meets Gary Brecka. He meets all these different people, including Randy Garn. Grace, in comes Grace soon. So Randy Garn puts on a family office event specifically with lots of different investor groups and invites Rick, because he loves the drink, Brain IQ, to come to this investor meeting. And I'm like, I'm not missing any more meetings. And so I meet this lady, Grace, who we're about to bring up. And when I meet her, and I'm like, well, what do you do? And she starts telling me about, this woman owns so many businesses. It's just going to blow your mind. Like, some of you think you're busy. But when I talk to this woman, she's like, yeah, our film festival company, that's 36,000 applications. My education company, we've just partnered with Planet, BBC Planet. And we're doing some things. We've got, she's so many companies. But when I first met her, one of the things I said is, well, I'm a host on Dining Divas, and she said, Dining Diva. Well, I just bought into this group of dumpling shops. And she starts describing these dumplings, and that you could have French onion soup in a dumpling. And it's a vending. I know, it's a vending machine, and that you could, not a vending, and it's an automat. She'll explain that. But I know. And so as she's telling me this, I'm like, I've heard this story before. My friend Cleona knows this guy, and she goes, Stratus, and I'm like, Stratus, this be a disruptor. And she's like, I own the licensing rights for that book. And I was just like, what? And so anyway, I just met this woman. I went, oh my gosh, like, things that baby entrepreneurs, we have no clue. I mean, her office is in the Empire State Building. All right. And which is, so I'm just so excited, contribution minded. She has a podcast that we'll talk about, but you all, if you're really wanting to sit with someone that understands business and contribution at a high level, you're going to want to stick around, ask your questions. All right, everybody, welcome Grace LeRae to the stage. Hi.
Welcome, Grace. Nice to see you again.
Thank you. And for all those listening, you can take a 5-minute break, because I know you're all now hungry after you heard about all these dumplings. But thank you, Adora, for thinking I have some value. I hope I can have that value.
Oh my gosh, you have so much value, right? It's incredible. Just so one thing you and I have talked a lot about is the importance of mentorship. So I think where I want to go here is we have a lot of people that are consultants, entrepreneurs, coaches. They really do want to make a difference. And there's this balance of trying to get their own businesses to a successful place that we could talk about, because you've done it in multiple businesses. And they're wanting to make a difference, to volunteer, to make an impact. This event, a third of it goes to the shelter in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and what we're doing with Project Uprise. So I think you can talk to both, to mentorship and how you really establish yourself as an entrepreneur. And then we'll take questions from the audience as well.
So mentorship goes both ways. If you're just starting out in business, never be afraid to reach out to someone who's been there. It's so important, because we don't know it all. Even me, myself, I am always learning. And I am always asking questions. I'm never afraid to say, can you explain this to me? I don't understand this, because as everyone knows, technology is like a runaway train. And we need to, and there's nothing wrong with turning to someone, and in my case, someone much younger than me, and say, can you explain to me what all these letters are when you text, and what all this is? It's across the board. So mentoring goes both ways, for you to be mentored, and then in turn for you to mentor. And you don't have to know everything to mentor, but you're learning. And as you're learning, there's someone younger that can take from that and learn. And remember, okay, and this is so important, neutrality and silence only gives the oppressors more clout, never the oppressed. So just, you cannot keep silent. You cannot be neutral. I'm not saying to go out there and, change the world, but you need to, and that's how it snowballs, is you get mentored and you mentor somebody else, and it just goes. That's the key.
Oh, you're muted. You're muted, Adora.
Thanks. I've heard you say before that just protesting isn't enough, that there are ways that are more effective to not be silent. So can you give us some of those ideas?
So we've seen many protests, and it's not just in the US. I mean, they're protesting all over the world. And what does that do? It riles people up, it causes violence. Okay. I've never found that protesting, you can have a voice, you can march, you can tell them. It's the solutions that we never come up with. We all know the problems, and the only thing we talk about is the problems. Those protests are just complaining about the problems. They're not saying we need solutions. Who do we go to? How do we form a band? How do we get that wheel turning where we can suggest this, we can suggest that? Because walking the streets and protesting is not going to change the political system, and most things always come down to politics.
So what are some solution-oriented things? You said form a band, maybe make a movie. I know you're into the movie for the big thinkers, but at a smaller scale, how do people begin to actually get in the solution?
And possibly community as well, because I think, Grace, we've talked about community. You've got a community as a whole, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, everyone is a part of a community. I don't care where they are. I mean, I'm a part of my community where I live, and I'm a part of the community where I work in Manhattan. And so, we should never look at ourselves as the standout, okay? We should always look at ourselves as part of. And when you do that, you get so much more out of it, because you don't become one person, you become many. And solutions, it depends on the issue and the problems. But just like Project Uprise has a think tank, everyone should have a think tank. Let's put our heads together. Okay, we have this problem. What's your idea? What's your idea? What's your idea? Let's put it down, and then let's go to the proper people to say, we need to do this. Documentaries are so important. In order for people to be educated on what some of the real problems are, they should look and watch some of these documentaries on mental illness, on trafficking, on suicide, that's reality. Black Lives Matter. What happened? Okay, and I'm not being prejudicial or political here, but it was a big hullabaloo, a lot of noise, a lot of buildings being boarded up, a lot of this, and that. And where are we today? I mean, what did it do? We don't even talk about it anymore. But have the problems been solved? No, because nobody wants to take the time to break the cycles of what causes those problems. And that's important. That's important. Just when they talk about drug addiction and alcoholism, okay, they talk about breaking the cycle. If your dad was an alcoholic, 9 times out of 10, you'll be an alcoholic. How do you break that cycle? And so you have AA, you have all of these different breaking the cycle. We don't do that. We don't do that in other areas where we go in and we just try and break the cycle. And I do have a theory on that. I don't know if you want to hear it.
Let's hear it.
So I complain a lot to these brokerage houses because all they talk about is wealth management, wealth management. And it deters a lot of people because they think in order to do that, you need to be wealthy. Someone's going to manage our wealth. So the middle class, all right, most of them will have 401ks or whatever, but the middle class, definitely inner city and disadvantaged. They don't even look at it, okay? Imagine if we went in and broke that cycle and said, you know what, I am going to create a fund for the disadvantaged. Give me $10 a month or give me $1 a month. And let's start putting this, let's help you grow it. And let's educate you in it. And if you do that, then the child growing up in that family, okay, is going to feel much better about themselves. We're not here to criticize where they are and where they came from. We're here to build them up and give them hope to be somebody, to do something. And you know, we don't do that either.
Yeah. And so that's a big deal, what you just said about wealth management and how that word can have. There are a lot of entrepreneurs here that are maybe some are stretching to six figures. And go ahead if you are inclined to put it in the comments. Are you trying to get your 6-figure business established, your 7-figure? That we have a few 8-figure for sure in our speakers, but when they're first stretching to 6-figure, a lot of the mentality is coming from, you know, just mom and pop thinking and bootstrapping. And then they begin to stretch into, okay, I need an accountant. Okay, I need a tax strategist. Okay, I need, but for the new entrepreneur, whether it's consulting, coaching, entrepreneurship, what are some first steps that they can take to begin to create their own, you know, stability financially, that they may not be thinking of, that they may be delaying to when they hit that 7-figure, 8-figure, you know, 9-figure day? What are some first steps?
So there's two parts to that. One is the first step is establishing your business, of course, okay? And I've known people who started out one way and before you know it, at the end of the day, their thought process has changed. Like, I don't really like this idea of mine anymore, but I think this is a better idea. So in high school or in college, okay, test those waters. Talk to people that are in that business. And I'm a perfect example. From when I was young, I wanted to be a child psychologist. I wasn't changing my mind for anybody. And so what happened was I got into my 3rd year of college. But at the time, at the age of 16, I started working in the finance world as a gopher. If you think about it, I was 16. But I had a great mentor who taught me a lot. And I loved it, but I wanted to be a child psychologist. And when I got into my 3rd year and they started giving me these case studies, I had 5 young children and I would go into the homes and interview the parents. And I would go home at night and cry hysterical because I thought these kids needed to come home with me because I thought I could treat them better. And I knew that I didn't have the emotional wherewithal to detach. I am who I am, and I recognize that. And I'm not saying that everything I did in college learning child psychology, all the psychology courses did not help me. Absolutely, even today, whether it's family, work, whatever it is. But I ended up in the finance world, and I'm not upset about it. But so know what you want and test those waters. Look at other people in that business. See if you can handle that business. And if you can, you move forward. Don't look at the 6 figures because you're not going to, the first 2 years are not going to be easy for any business, okay? Your expenses are probably going to be more than your income. at some point. And so don't consider that a failure. That's not a failure. That's just a ladder to success. And beyond that point, slow and steady. Once you start to build up, and I am a firm believer in this, just like IBM or any one of those big companies have a board, okay? Well, every individual needs to have a board, okay? And that board would consist of a good accountant, a good lawyer, a good financial advisor, and they should all be in sync, okay? They should know each other because that's your board, and your board is going to make wise decisions for you. And so everyone should have a board. The other suggestion I make is every 3 to 6 months, do a financial audit of yourself. Not only a personal audit, because we change, but a financial audit, okay? Don't let things lie. I've had clients, young clients, I won't say the older generation, but young clients, don't even open their mail. They have no clue. They don't know what a checking account is. So, and it's just, you cannot live like that, especially if you're running a business. Be hands-on. You need to always be hands-on. And like I said, it's not going to be easy. I don't care what anybody says. It'll never be easy in the beginning. But if you take it slow and steady and think about the decisions you make before you make them, the benefits, the pros, the cons, then you'll be fine. And I can't say this enough. Failure is never failure. It's only a ladder to success. Because if you never fail, you never learn.
Z, do you have a question? I'll let you.
No, I'm just soaking in all this wisdom right now. I think as you're saying, Grace, failure is just the experience of what to do next. It is the next ladder, and some of us feel defeated when that happens. It's taking that and finding the gift in what that is, and when you find that gift, then you're elevated. So thank you for that.
No, absolutely, and you should never feel defeated. That's just a personality thing. Never feel defeated. You should always feel proud that you did what you did. And just so you know, I mean, knowledge is answers. Wisdom is knowing what those answers mean. So, and that takes time and practice.
And applying that wisdom on a day-to-day basis.
Correct.
So how do you prioritize? Because you've just said 5 children. I know you have, just from what you've told me, full life. And then I know you've been taking on new adventures like this, dumpling shop in Canada. And so how do you prioritize, and what tips do you have for the entrepreneurs that want to be present and available for their family and their community, and they're just overwhelmed with all the different moving parts?
I'm still figuring that out. No.
So true.
Look, again, raising young kids, and I only have 3 children. I do have 3 grandchildren, but in the beginning, it was a balancing act. I mean, I juggled, and I was committed to my job. I was committed to my family, my children, but I found that if you share your job with even your kids at an early age, and they understand where you're going, what you're doing, and why you're doing it, and make them a part of that, the balance becomes easier. Okay? I still believe that your family or your children are your priority always. Okay? Nothing is prior to that, because that's the future of America, and how we help raise them makes the difference for tomorrow. I don't know how I juggle. I just absolutely love what I do. I am fascinated by people who have so many creative ideas. Not that I invest in all of them, but I learn and I'm always learning. And so now my kids are grown, so it's a little bit different. I have taken on more stuff. Funny story, I will tell you. People ask me, when are you going to retire? And I tell them, when you walk into the office and my head is on the desk, you take my pulse, there's no pulse, I've retired. I absolutely love what I do, and I don't think I can sit still. But that's me. That's a personality trait, and I'm not telling everybody to do that. And why I do better under stress than not, I don't know the answer to that either. But I love what I do, and I love who I do it with. That's extremely important. I will not make an investment with any founder that has an ego, okay, because it's not about ego, or that I don't like, or doesn't have moral and ethics and integrity. I don't care if it's Facebook or Meta. I will not. So that's important too, because you have that rapport. So it makes what I'm doing a little bit easier.
That's really good. Don Green of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, he's 78 and his wife passed away, but told his daughter, whatever you do, don't let your dad stop working, because it's just so much life and joy. And we've heard that in a lot of people. Mark says he loves your spirit and that ability to choose who you work with, and working with people that you align with their values. And has there been a time where you chose to work with someone you didn't align with? How did you gain that wisdom, that you didn't align with them? And
Well, hold on, just before that, because a lot of money sometimes is riding on these particular deals. So you're looking, I'm going to be getting paid a lot of money, but I don't like this person, or I don't like the ethics. I don't like what they're representing. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, what's the price that I'm going to be paying in the future because of this? Is that something how did you learn that, as Adora had talked about?
I was duped.
Wow. Okay.
Tell us about it. Yeah.
My friends, never go into business with friends or family. I will tell you that for a fact. I learned that the hard way. But they lied, and one of them just lied through his teeth, and everyone that knew him, oh, he's a great guy, and blah blah blah. And I knew him. We socialized, and he was just dishonest. And sometimes you can't see that when you're friends, and so the second time, I caught it right away, but was also a friend. He was a broker at Merrill Lynch for 10 years, part of wealth management, and he managed the assets, and he did well, and he left there and decided to go into a fund where he was going to invest in startups. And of course, he approached me, and I went along with it, but I started asking a million questions and asking for, 3 months, quarterlies, just information, like where are we at? What are we doing? What are we this? And something didn't sit right with me. And so I hired a law firm. They subpoenaed him, and sure enough, he was tapping the books for personal stuff. And so I have never had that happen again, and that's why I don't care how much money you offer me. One of the founders in one of the investments I have, great guy. I actually interviewed his mother and his sister, just to get a feel of how was he as a kid, and how was he, how does he treat his mother, because those things are important, and he does. He's such a good human being, and very, very generous and very charitable. And so those things are important to me. It's, you can't ride along just for money. You can't do it, because in the end, no. No. So.
And you also have a podcast on iHeartRadio. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, Grace? Where can they find your podcast? And what's the premise of the podcast if people are interested?
So the name of the podcast is called Becoming the Journey, and it's on iHeart. It goes live on Sundays, but after it goes live on iHeart, you can listen to it on Apple and Spotify or any one of those platforms that you listen to. How did I start? I have spent years and years and years under the radar. I only put my name on LinkedIn 2 years ago, okay? Because I just stay under the radar. I have a special clientele. I don't talk about my clients. I'm very discreet. I have my own tax practice, very discreet. And I figured, I don't want to be known anywhere because you know what happens when that happens. But some of my friends and some of the people that I make investments with that I am on their board, they're like, you should do a podcast. I'm like, get lost. I'm not doing it.
Get lost.
But what one of them did was they called a friend at iHeart and told them about me. And she called me and she said, why don't you just try it out? And I'm like, yeah, but it's not me. Well, I have to tell you, I started to do it. The beginning was not easy. I'm not saying they were good, but I have learned so much from my own podcast. And the point of the podcast was always to have a guest that talks about their journey, whether it was good to bad, bad to good, whatever they were willing to talk about. And I am a guest on my own show because it's not an interview, it's a conversation. And I learned so much and I ask questions or I'll say, but I don't understand that. And they kind of love that because it's that bantering back and forth of ideas and whatnot. I've gotten a lot of buzz from people who have written books about their journey. And they're so raw and so honest. And it's just uplifting for me because I will tell you, I would say 99% of them that have written books are giving back. Some of them have started foundations, some of them do mentoring, some of them, it's just amazing. And so those are the kind of people, and I enjoy it. Now I enjoy it.
I'm going to get you with Rob Cosberg, who we had earlier, but he's been behind a lot of authors launching their books, including, Russell Brunson of ClickFunnels and Shanda, dear friend and business mentor, taught me the model of the list building in the show. But because I know many of you are speakers, authors, coaches. So go and follow Becoming the Journey podcast. And if you have a story that you think would be great, either yours or someone else's, they can send you a message on Instagram, right?
Yes, they can send me a message on Instagram. Tomorrow, I am having a conversation with a woman who just launched a book called Leadership. And the following week, I have on, and this is how diversified it is. I'm having a conversation with a woman who's 92 years old and a Holocaust survivor. And so, it's just, and it humbles me. It just so totally humbles me. And that's my reward in life. Not my bank account and the reward is just seeing the smile on somebody's face or thank you for that. That helped me so much. That's the reward in life. And at least for me,
So let's say thank you, Grace, for all of your nuggets today. Thank you for that in your words. Really, no, thank you so much for not only the ideas you've given us and in Project Uprise and the other ways that we're, but just anytime I talk to you, my perspective is expanded. my understanding of the bigger picture, which there's a woman, I'm about to read her book, but I think we need to find her and have her on not just our show, but your podcast. She raised 3 children. One became the CEO of 23andMe. One's the CEO of YouTube. And I forget what the other one. So they asked her, how did you raise these successful children? And her core thing was she took the kids to volunteer very early. And they were trying to solve the world's bigger problems. So as young kids, instead of just thinking about their own things, they expanded their capacity. And so a lot of people are saying in that is how they developed the brains that could run these big organizations as well. And that's like your kind of person, if you don't already know her.
Yeah, and I say this constantly to anyone, whether they're young or old. Even if you don't think you know something, mentor, because we always know something. Even if it's something that happened at 7 years old and you found how to get out of it, a solution, what got you out of it, mentor and volunteer. Those are the 2 most important things in life. And if you can do those, I think you'll be extremely happy. I do want to say one more thing.
Yes, please.
Life is not always about running your own business and entrepreneurship, okay? Women and men should be validated for whatever they do in life, if it's good. Raising children, my God, that is a job, that is leadership, that is an entrepreneurship, without a doubt. So if you're a stay-at-home mom, I praise you and I validate you, because that is not an easy job. And so, and yes, take your kids out there and teach them the world, the good parts and the bad parts. And let them start to make decisions for themselves, help them through those decisions and help them to solve problems and help them to be more emotionally diversified. Very.
Thank you so much, Grace. We appreciate you. I'll be talking with you soon. And thank you, everyone. Go to Becoming the Journey on iHeartRadio, but you can also Apple, Spotify, follow her on Instagram. Grace, thank you.
Yes, please follow Becoming the Journey. I think you'll like it.
You will like it. Yes, you will like it. This is the right tribe. Okay, thank you
for having me on. I hope I was helpful.
Very, 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 very awesome. Isn't she amazing?
I always get invigorated when I hear Grace speak. It's just so much wisdom there, and it's incredible. The way
personality. I love her personality. Yeah.
Totally awesome. Totally awesome.
Okay. Well, great. So as we're closing up this event, I want to remind you that those of you in VIP team, if you want to go ahead and put up the upgrade to VIP link, we have an additional day tomorrow, 12 to 4 Central, where we'll do Q&A, we'll do networking. We have a few of our speakers that will be in there answering questions personally for you. And I think it was Sunday said she didn't realize there had been so many days before. So on wherever you're watching, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, the replays will stay up as long streams that you just got to go find day 1, day 2, day 3. And those of you in VIP, within a few days, you will get these videos broken up on a playlist so you can go check out and rewatch Grace and her wisdom and the things that you need on your own board, right? And when you want to figure out that webinar or the licensing, you can go and watch Les again, watch my talk again. So you'll have all of those within a few weeks. Our team has been all hands on deck, working with you, working with the speakers. So give us a few weeks there. And
let's commend the team. They've done an incredible job in the last 5 days. So a round of applause for the team doing all that work, the technical work behind you.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Absolutely. And before I will be thanking the team, including you, Z. But before we end, I want to remind you, because some of you need to hear this multiple times, and there's you're processing. I want to remind you that if you've been feeling a calling to come to be with us live, that just, reach out, either reach out and make the move. If it's that you need a payment plan, that you need to figure out if you can pay through PayPal, or, you need to break it up in a different way, just be bold and ask for what you need. So I'm going to remind you of what's here. The whole event that we're building around. I also want to remind you, a third of all of this goes to the shelter. That's the main reason we started playing. And we've been playing so long that we needed to figure, okay, now we have to pay team. We've got to figure out, and we're working on that model. And I promise you, we are close. And we're going to be doing this with some of you that have big audiences, some of our other speakers. But all the speakers played, and how can they hook you up? How can they help you have real value that will help your business, will help your network, will help your connections? So August 18th and 19th, 120 people, staff included, in Atlanta with Les Brown. We will be working on your speaking, your message, owning your voice in the marketplace, all the different various ways to move. We'll be working on, I'll be there in the room helping you utilize the room. Our team will know who's in the room and helping you utilize the room, making connections that you could potentially collaborate with, do a show with, be on their podcast, and be on your book collaborations. Rob Cosberg will be there. Eric Sorensen will be there. We have so many, Carlotta, the whole Think and Grow Rich, Cleona, and some of their head coaches will be there. So it's an intimate room. We have a couple of NBA players that will be there, and Sherry from the Real Housewives of Atlanta and some of her friends, who now she's, hosts a real estate show on the We Network. But it's really about getting in there and finding your tribe and expanding that tribe, expanding your ideas, sharing resources. And so you get 2 tickets to that. 5 days, my ultimate Rich with Connections ultimate, where we look at what kind of connections do you need. And if you'll remember, you could just be one connection away from your next breakthrough in business. It could be a collaboration. It could be being on someone's show. It could be being on a stage like this. It's not just mingling. We're going to be receiving. We're going to be deep diving on what it is that you're here to create in the world. How are we navigating the world together? It is an entrepreneurial focused event. But like I said, you don't need to be an entrepreneur to be there. But if you are a coach, a consultant specifically, or an entrepreneur that you're wanting to know how to communicate in this world that we're in right now, and you want to create collaborations, you want to be able to move people with your words and move in life, move your message so you impact more. That's what this event's going to be about. So it's geared more towards them. Yeah. You get the 2-day Ultimate Wealth Camp in Vegas. You get the Creating Your Legacy event in Austin. These are all bonus. You could sell these tickets. You could give the tickets away to any of the things that you couldn't go to. 100K in 100 Days program with Eric Sorensen. Rob Cosberg's Book Yourself on TV. The Create. We still have some Create tickets available in Dallas with Brendan Burchard. Randy Garn, who is the person that I met Grace at his event. He's on the board for Tony Robbins, among many, many other things. You get your name on one of these t-shirts, and it's $2,500. So such a deal. And if, Brenda, again, if you'll reach out to me, we can have a quick chat and just process. What are you thinking? Is it for you? Will you get any value? Are you just going to be there like, who are these people? Is any of this relevant? We can talk through it. And if it's not a fit, it's not a fit. It's all good. But any questions about that, be sure to direct them to us, because we want you to be there. And you can tell that we've hooked you up. This is a good $30,000 worth
Great
of value.
Great value. And in a small, intimate room with everyone there. And, unique. If I was coming to that, and I possibly may come to this, I would be thinking the potential collaborations in that room itself with the speakers. Wow. That's the next leveling up, I would think.
Big time. Big time. Yes, you're right. Big time. So, all right, guys, we're going to end with our gratitude stack. That'll be the end of today's event. And tomorrow we'll be with VIP. VIPs, check your email. If you haven't upgraded to VIP yet, you certainly there's time. But we go 12 to 4 tomorrow with our VIP in a Zoom room. So we'll see your faces and we'll actually be able to interact, engage, network, connect. Z, thank you so much. And the team behind Lisa, Jane, Jennifer, and beyond. We've had Sam with us. Thank you, Mark. We've had so many other team members out in Brazil, offline, that we're not even mentioned. Matt Tamayo. We have so many people that have really been working. 44444 is what just came across the time a minute ago. Awesome. So thank you so much, all of you that have been with us and participating. And we look forward to the next time. And those of you that will be with us in VIP and in person, we'll see you there.
Bye now.
Bye.
How many got some unfinished business that you put off that needs to get resolved? So let me show you how fast you can resolve that by putting yourself in a different state. If you put both your hands on your heart, please put both your hands and physically feel your heart. And then breathe deep into your heart. And as you breathe deep in your heart, super deep, feel like the blood, take several breaths, blood and the power of that blood and that oxygen pouring through into your lungs and throughout your body. And you can close your eyes if it helps, put your hands on your heart. The thing that bothers you, the thing you've not handled, pick something that if you really focused on it, it would be stressful. And then measure that. What is it, 0 to 10? And ideally pick something that if you focused on it would be a 7, 8, 9 or above, not a 2. Because if we change the 2, you'll barely know it, right? You won't notice it. So if we pick something high, you'll see that it works. Perfect. Okay, now let go of that. Put your hands on your heart. Wherever focus goes, energy flows. You know that from where you place your eyes. You know that from the way you move your body. So right now, put all your focus in your heart as you close your eyes. And breathe deep in your heart. And as you breathe deep, feel the oxygen, feel the strength of your heart. Feel the power of your heart. It beats 100,000 times a day without you thinking about it. It pours blood through 60,000 miles of blood vessels. If we took all your blood vessels and straightened them out, they go around the earth twice at the equator. That's how much is inside of you at a microscopic level. What are you proud your heart has guided you to do in this life, or to make happen, or to enjoy? As you breathe in your heart, feel grateful for your heart. For as long as it beats, you live. And give thanks for the grace that gave you this heart. You didn't have to prove you were worth this heart. Something created us. You will have your own individual beliefs, but whatever created you knew that you were worth it before you did anything, because it gave you the greatest gift of all, life. And it beats in your heart. Feel the power of your heart, the strength of your heart, the beauty of your heart. As you breathe in your heart, we're gonna think of 3 moments in your life you could feel totally grateful for if you wanted to. So it could be little moments. It could be birth of a child. It could be meeting a woman of your dreams. It could be a time on the basketball court. Just take any moment at all. It could be from your childhood, from your adulthood. It could have been from last week, today. It could be from any time. Pick a moment that you could step in that moment like you're there again right now. See through your own eyes what you saw. Breathe and feel what you felt. And fill up with a gratitude just for a moment. Really let yourself feel grateful to God, to your family, to your spirit, your soul, to whatever it is you can feel most grateful for in that moment. Fill up and give yourself this gift of gratitude. Let me tell you why grateful is so useful. When you're grateful, you kill the 2 things that destroy most people's lives, anger and fear. You can't be grateful and angry simultaneously, can you? So gratitude destroys anger. It'll be a good one for you. Now you are grateful, but just to magnify it. And the other one, anger and fear. You can't be grateful and fearful simultaneously. Feel that moment, fill up with it. Now think of a second moment you could feel grateful for. It could be a totally different moment. Any age, any stage, and then step in that memory. Like you're back on your body then, seeing what you saw, hearing what you heard, feeling what you felt. Fill up with that gratitude. And then finally think of a third moment you can feel deeply grateful for, but really go there. Breathe in your heart, step in the moment. Feel it, breathe it. Fill up with that gratitude, appreciation. And as you're doing that, start to feel energy building in your body now with the gratitude. Feel like an energy coming up through your legs, coming up from the sky, through the top of your head into your heart and soul, like you're guided. Have you ever felt like you're truly guided? Like your creator, life is guiding you, a higher purpose. What if you were here not just to play basketball? What if you're really here because you're inspiring souls all over this country and around the world to remember they can compete and have fun. They can find their way to being the best. And with enough discipline, and enough enjoyment, with enough teamwork, anything's possible, and we're the proof of it. Build that energy up in your body. And here's what I want you to do. Just reach out with your eyes closed with your right hand and imagine we're gonna do 1 minute of memories where it's gonna be at hyperspeed. Like you're gonna pick any moment, a sexy moment, a playful moment, a proud moment in your mind. Start with a proud moment. What's a moment you're really proud of? And then reach out and bring it in your heart, and as it touches your heart, say yes, and feel it in your heart. Say yes. Yes. Breathe it, feel it, enjoy it. Fill up with that moment you're proud of. Reach out your right hand, think of another moment you can feel truly proud of in your life. Great moment. Bring it in, pour it in your heart, stack it on top of the other, say yes. And feel them both mixing together, stronger than they were apart, reminding you of who you really are as a soul. Reach out and find one more moment you can feel really proud or excited about. Reach out, grab that and put it in, say yes as it hits inside your heart. Yeah. And feel all 3 of them fire off in your body at once. What you're doing is stacking the good. Most of us stack the bad when we're stressed. Let's stack the good. Now, think of a moment in your life that really, truly you cherish. It could be any moment you cherish, a beautiful moment. Reach out, grab it, bring it into your heart, stack it on top the moments you're proud. Say yes, yes. Find another sacred moment, a sacred moment in your life, a beautiful moment that you're grateful for. Bring it in, stack it on all the others and say yes. Yes. and then we're gonna start to speed it up. Think of a moment where you laughed uncontrollably. Think of something so stupid made you laugh out loud. If you can think of one, reach out and grab that moment, bring your heart and say yes, yes. Think of another silly, stupid moment where you did something dumb and cracked yourself up or someone else. Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in, say yes. Think of one more crazy, fun moment. Pull it in and scream yes as it hits your chest and feel it stack on top of the other. Say yes. Now, think of a sexy moment, a sensual moment. No one else needs to know. You know the moment. Bring it in and say yes, yes. Bring another sensual, sexy moment that you cherish. Step in that moment. Feel it. Bring it in, stack it on, and go yes, yes. Now take a moment of excitement. A moment that excited you. You felt so alive. Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in and shout yes. Now do 2 more exciting moments in a row, one after another. Yes, and bring it in. Yes, and bring it in and feel it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now think of a moment in the future when you're going to be proud. Step in the future like seeing a trailer of a movie yet to come. See the highlight. What's a moment you're going to stand proud and you're going to have so much joy in your heart and soul? Reach out and grab that moment, bring it in, shout yes and feel it. Yes. Do it again, yes. Yes. And again, yes. Yes. Now, 2 minutes. Any moment you're proud of, you're grateful for, in the future or now, as many as you can stack in a minute. Go, yes, yes, stack them. Go, yes, 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 yes. Now make a sound that would feel like if you had unleashed your soul with sound. If you unleashed total certainty, absolute certainty, make the sound. Go! Do it again, enjoy it even more. One more time, warriors, go! Now, in this state, keep feeling this with your hand back on your heart. Keep breathing in your heart, not your head. Your heart can have a blast. That's like your spirit. That's what's made you who you are. Your spirit, your soul. You've made this body show up because your spirit's in charge. Make sure it's still in charge. Feel it reignited, reawakened. The season begins now. While you're breathing in your heart, think of that unfinished business, but stay in your heart. And with no fear, no stress, breathe in your heart, wide open. Finish this sentence about that situation. As you breathe in your heart and you're in a beautiful state, you'll have a solution. Ask your heart, all I need to do in that situation is, all I need to remember, all I need to focus on in that situation, all I need to do is what? And your heart knows the answer. Feel it. Finish the sentence from your heart. All I need to remember, all I need to focus on, all I need to do is what? And your heart knows the answer, doesn't it? So when you find yourself stressed, breathe in your heart. You can do it on the sideline. You can put your hand on your heart. You can just think of it and put all your focus there. Breathe. Think of 3 things you can be grateful for 2 minutes. And your entire biochemistry changes. Your heart and brain will work together, and now the flow state is back.